Councillor Carr, I think you're muted.
I am on, yes, I just saw that. Okay, welcome everyone. I'll call this reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of July 23rd, 2020 to order. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order Number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. Councillors, if you lose connection during the voting process, staff will be on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. That contact information has been circulated to you. Council, I also want to remind you we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only, as Council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart? Mayor Stewart, we don't have audio from you. Can we try again? Still not getting audio.
Says unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor Dejanova? Councillor Fry? Councillor Fry, are you on the line? Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe? Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Present.
Councillor Bly?
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Kirby-Young, are you on the line? You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Council, I want to go over the plan for this afternoon. First speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. We have one item of business remaining on the agenda, and we will begin that item on Speaker 81. We will recess for dinner at 5 p.m., and the reconvened public hearing begins at 6 p.m. With a large number of speakers for this member's motion, Council will be hearing from speakers over multiple days, and I am now announcing the next backup date for this is Monday, July 27th at 9:30 a.m. So now on to the one item remaining on our Standing Committee agenda that was referred to from Council to hear from speakers and starting today or continuing today. So we are going to be starting, as I said, on Speaker 81 as the list had moved up to that point yesterday. Before we begin, I would like to remind speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make comments. Should state whether you are in support or in opposition of the motion and may only speak once. Council members, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Following the last speaker on the entire speakers list, as a pilot for the next few months, the process is that I will go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier and give them the opportunity to speak. And after hearing from speakers, we will go into discussion on the motion. I would like to remind committee members that your amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before you introduce it. And please ensure that the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. So, Council, we have speakers providing comments to us by phone. A moderator will assist in patching them through when their turn comes up. The item we are continuing with is decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Boyle. We will now continue to hear speakers on this motion via phone and in person. And our first speaker is Speaker 81, Maddie Andrews. Maddie Andrews.
Hi there. Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, we can
Great.
hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
Lovely. Thanks for having me for all the previous speakers. I wanted to share my experience recently involving the cops, and it was directly like calling for an ambulance. And then I wanted to sort of explain what happened. The three general points being over policing happening, sanitary like precautions being taken, and also like misdirected like debates price as well. The early morning of June 9th, I was with someone who required, we were in it was a crisis week and we required an ambulance, and I called 911 for an ambulance and was waiting with this person who was in a wheelchair. And as being, and I was the crisis, and it was very stressful. A cop car showed up, and I tried to explain we're just waiting for an ambulance. And they it was obvious they had been called by the 911 services, emergency services, and I explained to them what's going on. The began to lose consciousness, more cops showed up. And at one point, I was facing the buildings, and I turned around. I all these cop cars behind me. All cops in front of me, but I didn't. And so I started to count them out loud.
You are breaking up a bit. If you could maybe speak more directly into your phone, that would be good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm worried that might happen more. I began to count the cop cars out loud because I was so shocked at looking behind me on the street, how many were parked, and I counted 6. And then I was really stunned. I verbally questioned why they needed 6 cop cars. And all of the cops that arrived, so all male, it was 2 females, like me and myself and my friend, and we really just needed an ambulance. And as when the ambulance showed up, they had to double park. They were blocking all the street. I don't know if that's standard practice, but it just, we needed the ambulance, and all of these cop cars were making it like a longer distance away. And when I had pointed out that there were 6 cop cars, that's all I was just questioning, do you really need 6 cop cars for this? And I could tell right away the tone that impact on all of their ears, and atmosphere shifted more. And my friend was being put in it. Lots of things, and so different. All of these emergency service people, most of the cops would talk over me while I was the one who actually held a lot of them. And as my friend was being put in the ambulance and I was left with the chair, one of the cops that maybe had gotten there first was asking me if I knew how to get to the hospital. I didn't look at him because I was going through my mind. It was the last moment to tell the paramedics any information that I had, and so I didn't respond to him right away. The cop then got upset with me and claimed that he was trying to help and I was not even participating in the help, and told me I needed to remain calm. In which I responded this is a crisis. I don't respond for 5-10 seconds to you and can you remain calm, right? And they said calm, but again, each one of these little interactions made this whole experience just like way more difficult when you have 12 cops and, you know, the context of all of the protests going on right now. It just, you know, I really just needed an ambulance, and we needed my friend to get medical care. As I was figuring out all of the items that needed to get rushed to the hospital I asked for some sanitizer, because that felt very necessary at that moment. There was a point to that, and nobody, including the cop that was closest to me that I took action about staying calm or not, responded. None of them were wearing masks. Again, all of them were male. And eventually, so I had to repeat asking for sanitizer, because I just assumed they would have.
And I was sorry to interrupt you, but you are running quite a bit over time, and I'm wondering if you could just conclude your comments, if possible.
It's the last that as I was leaving, one of the cops tried to bring up that they thought that it was a bit weird that all of these cops were here for like what to be an ambulance mental health call, and then I was like, yeah, that's all I said was that was the talk of the town. And then he started to argue we were defunding, didn't bring anything about defunding, like it wasn't context where I wanted to defund the 12 cops in front of me, you know? And yet they were the ones that brought that up when I was like, I'm trying to rush to the hospital. So I bring up the lack and the amount of money that was spent just on this one experience, right? Lots of them weren't doing anything while they were there. 12 cops, all male, and not wearing masks, and also very argumentative, right? Defensive. That's all. And thanks for listening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I ran out of time. Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you so much for taking the time and for sharing that with us. Very much appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you. Council, Speaker 82 was withdrawn. Speaker 83, though I believe is on the line, Maria Melitatsaka.
Good afternoon. Could you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you to all the speakers. As we all know, it's a pleasure to listen to people we agree with. My name is Maria Milititska. I'm a white queer person and a new settler on these unceded, that's stolen, lands of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'm a trauma counselor, a social worker, a dancer, and a writer. This is my first time speaking to the Council and my first time ever being able to engage in any democratic process. I'm very nervous and proud to be able to use my voice today in favor of Motion B3. I'm very familiar with police brutality and human rights abuse perpetrated by the state. My country is run by the humiliating and shameful prison complex and by police brutality. By the way, that could be said of any country on earth, and therefore almost any country that immigrants arrive from. My country is also very familiar with conflicts of interest escalating to the level of blatant corruption. Now I live here in Vancouver. It's a different place. The biggest difference is that there are people here, white people, people in power, who are not afraid of police personnel, who have even experienced reassurance from police presence. There are way more people like that here than in my country. But as we're all becoming aware by now, those people are a minority. My overseas experience has everything to do with my experience of police here in Vancouver. You see, everything is connected. Police officers use force the same, escalate violence the same, get bored the same, are human the same, yet are treated as above human, part of the state machine. I have never witnessed police at work and felt reassured that the police here would serve and protect me. In 2 years living in Vancouver, the only time I saw the police working up close was when at the corner of Main and Terminal, they threw an Indigenous person out of their van. The officers were not even talking to this person, not even while they took handcuffs off them. That is why I will never call the police or go to the police for any reason, despite having visible privilege and this white voice you're hearing. I feel terrified whenever I see officers or even the police cars, and I don't see videos of bodies like mine being brutalized. There is ongoing mental health trauma involved in having a, quote, security service that we're afraid of. There's ongoing trauma involved in seeing police harm members of the community and witnessing these actions never fully acknowledged by the state, never changed, charged, or punished. I speak today from my perspective as an immigrant mental health professional. I'm shocked and delighted that I get to advocate for abolishing the police and prisons. I respectfully demand that this council adopt Motion B3 and any future motions that decrease the Vancouver Police Department funding and redirect the funds to initiatives that demonstrably support long-term community safety. Black Lives Matter Vancouver, in their calls on the city to dismantle systems of violence and oppression, cite such initiatives as, quote, childcare support, comprehensive mental health intervention and social support, education, local restorative justice services, employment programs, access to recreational facilities, community-directed public investment, peer-based programming, culturally led policies, and more, end quote. I respectfully demand that this council take every opportunity to defund and demilitarize the police and intervene in the victimization and violent interference that the RCMP and the state enact on Indigenous, Black, migrant, and disabled people. They do and will continue making their own decisions about their security and well-being. I was gratified to hear councillors recuse themselves from voting on Motion B3. I respectfully demand that all councillors and the mayor continue respecting conflict of interest policy in any future motions related to dismantling the police state. As a mental health councillor, I also have to be aware of conflict of interest. You see, everything is connected. As you know, conflict of interest is an offense serious enough to warrant removal from office. I want the public officials in my city to ascribe to the same ethical standards that I do professionally, or aim even higher. Lastly, to anyone listening who feels that they are speaking on behalf of someone else, I deeply believe that to speak in favor of dignity, to advocate for dignity is the ultimate act we can do for ourselves. It is dehumanizing to ourselves when we ignore how systems we might enjoy and take for granted are harming our neighbors. Let us continue working hard, speaking out, and acting up to uphold dignity in this country. Indigenous lives are precious, Black lives are precious, migrant lives are precious, disabled lives are precious. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for coming to speak to us on this issue. You have no questions, and just a big thank you. Council, Speaker 84 has withdrawn. Speaker 85, Raymond Gerke. Are you there? Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was on the line a little bit yesterday, so I heard many of the other speakers, and they've made some great contributions, so I know I won't go over too many details. I am a resident of Vancouver. I live in Grandview Woodlands, and I am speaking in support of this motion. So most crimes that regular people care about, theft, robbery, things like that, they're crimes of poverty. It's not a matter of choice. It's a matter of survival in a society that doesn't provide any other option. We're spending a huge fraction of the city budget on an armed police force while spending hardly anything to address the actual underlying issues. We need to be spending this money to make sure that everyone can get housed and fed and have the ability to make a decent living. The police budget is an absurdly large fraction of the overall city budget, and yet they are never put on the hook to face cuts when budget constraints are placed on everything else. Even when this city council tried to cut the police budget by 1% recently, the police board apparently refused. How can this undemocratic police board override the will of city council? In my opinion, this situation can't stand. We need to bring the police into the democratic control of the communities that they police. We need to have democratically elected police boards that are accountable to the people with real hiring, firing, and budgetary oversight powers. Most of the money that we spend on the police is thrown away because it does nothing to actually address the root causes of the social problems in our society. For decades now, in cities across North America, we have tried spending more money on special training, sensitivity training, and the like. I think it's clear that those things are not working. The problems with the police are not getting better. We have tried that approach now long enough, and it's time for a change. We need to cut the police budget by at least 50% and use that money to build social housing and to fund other social programs that will actually improve people's lives and make our community safer. I support this motion as a modest first step in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. There are no questions to you, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Council, Speaker 86 has withdrawn, as has Speaker 87. So we are on to Speaker 88, Giovanni Hosang.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Council staff, city staff, city councillors, and all speakers for tuning in today. My name is Giovanni Hassan. My pronouns are he, him, his. And I'm calling in today from Muslim Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh, and I'm speaking in support of this motion today. I'm a community organizer with the Black and BC Mutual Aid for COVID-19. And one of the biggest things that we've done is fill a stopgap in the lack of enough dedicated funding to Black folks to respond based on health inequalities. Or one of the things that we realize is that there's a lack of recognition of racism that is so pervasive across sectors, and data isn't collected, and we've been calling for institutions to start doing so in every sector. This is applicable to the justice system, and we recognize that data has been now collected specifically around street checks when it comes to the Vancouver Police Department. And with this data, we recognize that Black and Indigenous folks are constantly over-policed and carded. And the council has taken the first step 2 days ago to start banning street checks. In the city of Toronto, Black folks are 20 times more likely to be shot by police than white people in the same situations. Here, we see Black folks street checks 5 times more than the population of Black folks here in Vancouver. So, study after study has showed that people lived experiences, Black and Indigenous folks, have been continuously over-policed, and we have been calling for less interactions with police due to the continued risk of death by cops. In wellness checks, in traffic stops, in homelessness, drug addiction, treating drug addiction, sex work, and in many other situations. This and many others, as outlined in the UN working group expert on the people of Africa, on the Decade for People of African Descent, has outlined that Black folks continue to be overpoliced and overrepresented in the justice system. And this report that Council also needs to adopt shows that we are disproportionately the victims when the police come to handle these situations. The overpolicing of Black and Indigenous folks are pervasive, and they're called into many issues that they don't need to be called on, as our laws are very aggressive and tend to target these communities. As a result, the police, as an institution, becomes a symbol of oppression for many of us. If you look at the many areas we actually can defund, reallocate, and decriminalize, we see the current over-policing of Black and Indigenous folks, and hence sending folks into the justice system for no apparent reason. We can remove the need to, or for the opportunity for the police to be causing harm by decriminalizing, for example, decriminalizing sex work et al. This needs a multifaceted approach. We need to decriminalize, and take an empathetic approach and center social and educational services when we talk about public safety. Previous speakers have talked about transformative justice. We don't have to put up with aggressive and invasive policing to keep us safe. There are alternatives, and we need to invest in individuals and communities and transform some of the basic economic and political systems to empower these folks as opposed to over-policing them. We don't need police to be the primary responders to mental health checks. We don't need armed police in petty disputes. Just as we didn't have ambulances in the past and then we defunded police and to make ambulances respond to active health situations of life and death. We can reallocate funding, defund and reallocate funding to mental health teams to respond to mental health checks, for example. We can research alternatives to set up alternative models. For example, you look at Seattle and Portland right now with the crisis assistance helping out on the streets program, which is CAHOOTS. Let's move on these issues. In San Francisco, we recently saw that they started to have an unarmed civilian corps that is doing traffic stops right now. These are the ways that we can do defunding and take a step to relook at how we look at public safety. Defunding means stop criminalizing, create a system around public safety that centers and empower communities as the city council continues to lobby for this to be done. A budget, as you know, is a document that aligns the priorities of a particular decision-making body. Please set a people's budget, a budget that truly reflects the need for communities. Poor and racialized communities need better housing, jobs, access to social and educational services, not more money for police and prisons. This motion is a first step, and I think that this is a time for action in solidarity with Black and Indigenous communities. Stop cycling poor and racialized folks through the prison system and empower and uplift them. I wholeheartedly support this motion and thank Jean Swanson for bringing this forward. I hope all the other councillors vote in favor as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you do have questions? Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much for taking out the time to think about what to say and just tell us. I think it's really important. What would you say to people who might think that this motion would make people less safe?
I think that this motion actually makes people more safe because you're centering the needs of the community. Currently, there are a lot of people that have been speaking before that talk about the fact that over-policing them makes them feel unsafe. And I think that when you are dealing with a segment of the population continuously that is saying something, you need to start listening to them. So I think these are the people that are harmed mostly, and I think we need to relook at how we do this. I really reject the notion that this makes us unsafe. This motion is actually taking public safety into a more transformative manner and not the brute force thin blue line model.
Okay, thank you so much for coming and speaking.
Okay, no worries.
Great.
Thanks
thank you. Those are your questions. Thank you so much. Great. We are now on to speaker 89, Romala Berryman.
Hi, good afternoon. I just want to ensure you can hear me, first of all.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Romila Berryman, and I am a resident of Strathcona. I am speaking in favor of this motion. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's spoken before me and in the previous days as well. It's excellent to hear everybody's lived experiences as well as their opinions on this matter, and this is a great forum to do so. We do know the stats. We know that police brutality that results in death does target disproportionately people of color, particularly Black and Indigenous folks, as well as disproportionately targets folks in the downtown east side. As a resident of the Strathcona neighborhood, which neighbors the downtown east side and Chinatown, this motion is vital in building a future that protects communities from future forms of police brutality by reinvesting in community support. I've seen firsthand from living in this neighborhood the experiences of police brutality escalate due to police checks. So the unanimous decision to be in favor of motion B2 that occurred the past couple of days or a couple of days ago is the first step in addressing this. And I do think that being in favor of this motion is the next step to address this systemic issue. And I do want to amplify what was said to me by the speaker before me, which does emphasize that this motion is simply the first step in addressing the systemic issue. We do need further action to address police brutality within our city as it is an issue that disproportionately affects members of this community. And I do want to point to successful case studies on what the next step is. The city of Edmonton, for example, as you know, has decided quite explicitly to defund the police department and invest in community-led safety initiatives as well. And this is a model that we could also, as a city, take steps in moving towards, as it has been done in other cities. The city of Edmonton is simply a local example. So I do want to emphasize that there are clear case studies that indicate that this is a step into the right direction. Thank you.
And thank you. There are no questions for you, but thank you so much for coming to speak to us. Council, we're on to the next speakers. 90, Chia Tam, 91, Michaela, 92, Yelena Bell are not on the line. 93 and 94 speakers have withdrawn, so we're on to speaker 95, Catherine Cott.
Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
My name is Kat Cott. I'm a white settler on the stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm strongly in favor of this motion to support shifting to community-led initiatives and away from police. I'd like to commend all of those who have spoken before me, particularly the Black, Indigenous, and people of color, as well as those who have recounted moments of trauma to portray to the Council the reality of the police. I feel these people have done an excellent job of explaining why we don't want the police, and even meeting you, the Council, on your empirical terms with stats and figures on why the police are a waste of money. I hope that it's clear to the Council that this bill is a great start, and I commend Jean Swanson on the bill. But this bill is a compromise. We want police abolition. The police only serve the rich and powerful like yourselves, so don't talk down to us. Kennedy Stewart, Pete Fry, Councillors DeGenova, and Kirby Young, and tell us that the police serve us. We are the community. I'm a white person of privilege. I'm supposed to be one of the people who are most likely to see the good of the police, and I see through it. Don't talk down to me, my friends, or my comrades. Don't say the police protect the community, because they don't. They protect property. They protect the rich. If you're going to talk about the police, talk about it on those terms. Talk about whether or not you think having a state-backed militia that protect the rich is a reasonable thing for society to have. Calling the police anything else is demeaning to the experiences of the working class, of which many of you
actually, excuse me, I'm going to have to interrupt you and just remind you of the rules for your participation in council, in council chambers, or in this case, council line. You are beholden to follow rules of procedure, and they're outlined in our procedure guidelines, and I'll just read it out for you, that you, not by words or tone or manner of speaking or gesticulation, express an opinion or make any allegation that directly or indirectly reflects negatively upon the character of any person or groups of persons, or questions the motives of a council member or speaks disrespectfully. So if you could please refrain from using the kind of language which definitely is really not permitted in a council setting. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You can go on.
This conversation is not unique to Vancouver. All over the world, cities are finally tackling the issue of police abolition. There are cities finally ready to engage and commit to police abolition. This bill isn't progressive. It's the least this city can do to keep up. I'm in the age range of 18 to 30. I'm in the range of Vancouver spending more than 50% of my income on rent, in a city that has one of the highest rates of preventable overdose deaths in the world, where the politicians won't even support the Indigenous people that are fighting against a pipeline on their own land. To the more than 300 other speakers, I urge you all to keep fighting. City Council was once seen as unapproachable and inaccessible, but I hope the rest of you will continue with me in showing up to meetings and fighting back against the Council, making motion after motion to line the pockets of the police, the developers, and the foreign investors. To the speakers today, this is our forum. We're taking up exactly as much space as we deserve, and we deserve more. For what it's worth, I'm proud of all of you for showing Council what the true spirit and community of Vancouver is. Council, you owe everything that keeps the city afloat to the servers, the cooks, the artists, the creatives, the DJs, the underemployed people, the drug users, the sex workers, the Indigenous people whose land we're on, and the Black people who are here despite developers wiping out Hogan's Alley. You owe everything to us, and this is the least you can do. Pass this bill and commit to abolition. You don't get a pat on the back for doing the bare minimum. Decolonize now, Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Great, thank you so much. There are no questions for you, but thank you very much for coming to speak with us. And that moves us, Council, to Speaker 96, Sydney Ball.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a resident of East Vancouver on the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and I'm speaking in favor of this motion strongly. I want to make a point first that there's a possibility of the Police Act of BC used as either an excuse to vote against this motion or an attempt to amend it and subvert its purpose, or to not allow further motions and actions made to defund the VPD after this motion is passed. And that is because a municipality, according to the Police Act of BC, must have an adequate police force that enforces the law, and that the RCMP may be assigned to Vancouver if the municipality does not provide a police force. But I know that the people that are looking for justice and safety for Black, Indigenous, and cash poor people in the city will not allow for appeal to jurisdiction to be used as an excuse not to pass this motion. So I do think that Council should continue on supporting the amending or abolishing of the Police Act, but I don't believe that its current iteration would stop you from voting for this motion today. Currently, you're responsible for providing traffic enforcement, criminal investigation, administrative services to run a police force, but these services do not equal safety. And this motion looks to develop initiatives that will keep people safe, support marginalized communities, and limit the VPD's powers on issues that frankly fall well outside of law enforcement. Safety means more than what the police can offer, and we see this time and time again as the police make communities that they operate in less safe, with bullying, harassment, racism, and criminalizing poverty using excessive force against residents. And I want to say my own experiences here is that when I was a victim of so-called criminal activity, I found the police to be no help whatsoever. And last time I did call the police was a couple years ago for a stolen laptop, and the officer from the VPD that I spoke with communicated to me that he thought that criminals were barely people. So the VPD touts itself as being a progressive police force by comparison to other police forces because they use discretion in policing for mental health, homelessness, drug use, and sex work. And if they're being honest, they might admit that then the funds used for the VPD can be better spent elsewhere. I also want to comment on the representative from the VPD saying that there's no discretionary budget left to move around besides mental health cuts. And I think we know from experiences of people of color, drug users, and sex workers that actions like street checks are still ongoing. And so I think that reading of their budget is entirely false. So I want you to know that we know that you have the power to pass this motion and to reduce the police budget come November and redirect funds towards initiatives that could have positive impacts on communities that have been made marginal. Thank you.
And thank you for coming to speak. But there's no questions for you right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and that leads us to Speaker 97, Bill Hopwood.
I presume you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I live in East Vancouver on the stolen lands of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people. Across the world, millions are calling to defund the police. And this flows from many things: police violence, racism, sexism, and the fact that the police do many things that they are not trained for and is not their role. Mental health checks that end up either brutalizing or murdering somebody shows that police are not the people to deal with people with mental illness. Harassing street homeless is not the way to deal with homelessness. A person with a gun is not the way to help people. And many of the people the police interact with, they need help, they need support, they need care. And the police do not come across like that. To many people, police officers make them nervous. That may not be the case if you're well off and comfortable, but if you're poor, racialized, indigenous, young, you probably prefer not to be near the police. What would be much more useful in these cases is a doctor, a nurse, a carer, a home, an income. And it may be said, oh, well, those photographs you've seen in the news lately, that's the RCMP or that's some other police force. Vancouver isn't like that. It was only a few years ago the Vancouver police killed Tony Du, a mentally ill Vietnamese man. He needed mental help. He didn't need people with guns to shoot him dead. And it happens too often in this city and in cities across Canada and around the world. Police target the poor, the mentally ill, indigenous, drug users. The scandal of the failure of the Vancouver police to deal with Robert Pickton was rooted in misogyny and racism. The victims were poor, they were women, but many of them were indigenous, and therefore, in the eyes of the police, this wasn't a serious problem. This resolution is to gather information, to allow evidence-based decisions. We all know the police are asked or told to do things that is not their training to do. This will give us the evidence to say this money would be better used in other places. The City of Vancouver is cutting other vital services because of the financial hit due to the recession. We need to look at police funding. Personally, I would go further. I would call for democratic control and oversight of police. It's a scandal that the people of Vancouver only have one voice on the police board that decides our policing. And we need to change from a criminal legal system to a restorative justice. Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming to speak to us. And there are no questions for you, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Speakers Council for speakers number 99 and 100 have withdrawn. Oh, and so has 98. So we are on to Speaker 101, Julia Barayeva.
Good afternoon. Speaker 101 is not on the line.
Okay. Sorry. There's so many messages here. I just have to. Okay. And speaker number 102 is not on the line either, my understanding. And speaker number 103 has withdrawn. Speakers 104 to 117, please correct me if I'm wrong, are also not on the line. Is that right?
Chair Carr, speaker number 104 is on.
Now on? Okay, that's great. Thank you. Then if Karina Keeling can proceed, that would be great. Speaker 104.
Hi there. My name's Karina Keeling. My pronouns are she, her, they, them. I'm a gracious guest on Squamish Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh territory. I'm speaking in support of decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I know most of the people who are coming on the line are naming the territory where they're from, and I know that it can feel repetitive. But the reason why I'm doing it is because it's directly tethered to this motion. It's really important that we say as often as possible where we're living, because it reminds us of where we are, and it reminds us that Indigenous people and Black and other racialized and marginalized people are wildly, disproportionately, negatively impacted by policing. We've heard so many speakers today and over the past couple of days. And, I also spoke in favor of the motion to eliminate street checks the other day, and was really moved by all of the people who came forward to tell their stories. And the reality is that to be poor, to be homeless, to be Indigenous, to have a substance addiction, right now, in the way that we think about the structure of our society, is a state of being to be punished rather than a state of being to be cared for and uplifted. I think that this motion is just the first step in not just transforming the structures and the systems by which we have a relationship with authority on stolen Indigenous territory, but also just the beginning of a transformation of the way we might imagine that we can care for each other better, and that we can love each other better, and that we can be in community, truly be in community with each other better. And the very people who are disproportionately impacted by street checks, by policing, by wellness checks that go badly, by punitive measures for states of being that are related to health, that are related to poverty, the more that we are willing to recognize that is actually where the leadership can come from, because these are communities and groups of people who, in my experience and with what I have seen and heard, are incredible at looking after each other. We have so much to learn. We are all reckoning with ourselves. As settlers, we're all being asked and begged to confront the ways in which everything that we do and all of the ways that we understand our society is influenced by our internal racism, is influenced by our history of colonization. And I know for members of the council who maybe haven't been having those conversations for a long time and in a regular way in their lives, that even just the language around that can feel intense, can cause you to have a powerful knee-jerk reaction that makes us want to cling more tightly to the status quo. But the reality is we have to do the work that we're being asked to do. We have to look at the ways in which policing allows us to continue to benefit from structural racism. We have to acknowledge that policing is really just about us not being ready or willing to let go of power in the way that we understand it. And we have to understand that the ways in which our beliefs about who and what is dangerous and who and what is safe is not right now the way things are being informed by data. It's not being informed by good research. It's not being informed by living experience. And we're getting it wrong. We're getting it wrong right now. And so I really encourage considering this motion, because I want to encourage the council to give yourself permission to imagine that when we make space for something better, it actually can happen. This is a legacy moment. I would love for the city that I live in to be a leader right now. I really want you to believe that it's possible, that this is accomplishable, not because it's just the right thing to do, but also because it will make this city better and healthier and a more enjoyable place to live for everyone, not just for those who are disproportionately impacted, but especially for those voices who are just using every strategy possible to be heard. I really encourage you to listen, not just to the words, but really make some space in your hearts for what's happening here in our city, and give yourselves permission to imagine something a little bit better. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. There are no questions to you, but I appreciate very much the time you were taking to inform us of your opinions. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Great, councillors. Speaker 105 is not on the line. Jasmine Curry. Speaker 106 not on the line. Jerika Winfield. 107 not on the line. Sarush Razai. But Speaker 108 I think is Vanessa Taylor. Vanessa Taylor, you may go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. There seems to be some background noise, someone else speaking, but go ahead.
Okay, hi, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Vanessa Taylor. I'm a white resident of the Hastings Sunrise area on the unceded land of Musqueam and Squamish territory. I'm speaking today in support of Motion B. I'd like to start by sharing a story that I have. Although I am white, I am married to an Indigenous man. I never experienced police brutality quite like he has, the fear that's ingested in him anytime he sees a police officer. I did not understand that until I was educated in racism. Seeing the fear he has when a police officer comes near, isn't even speaking to us, shows so much of how police do not support our communities. They do not support our Indigenous communities. I'd like to echo Speaker 95, who said that the police are here for the rich and they're not here for us. I'd like to see the police funding of $1 million, at least see 30% of those funds go to community-led organizations. Our city has a problem with putting a Band-Aid over the issues of basic human needs. We need shelter, we need food, and we need housing. Vancouver has a huge housing crisis right now. I personally spend 60% of my income on rent, and that's not by choice. That's because of just what I personally could find and was available. I'd like to see the funds allocated to communities that help Indigenous people. I would like to see housing for women as well. I'd like to see the police have better education on mental health problems. If they are the ones going to do these checks, they need to have better understanding of who they're dealing with. As someone with mental health issues myself, I've been subject to police overstepping. I was pulled over once for what they thought was a stolen car. In fact, they had one letter wrong on my license, and 14 officers showed to arrest me, pin me to the ground, and I wasn't even at fault here. When I was asked for the badge number, they would not give it to me, and in fact just left. That is not good of our resources. Why did 14 officers come to that situation? I hope that you, Council, have it in your heart to see police are not helping your community and that we can better use those resources. Thank you.
And thank you. You have no questions to you, but very much appreciate you coming to speak to Council. Councillor, thank you. Speaker 109 is not on the line, Catherine Francioli, but 110, Sarah Sagai is. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for hearing me today. My name is Sarah Sagai. I'm a community activist. I've worked with low-income tenants throughout the city and have some experience working with homeless people in downtown East Side. I'm of Middle Eastern background, have been living in the city for 11 years. I'm speaking today in full support of this motion, as is, with no amendments, and asking for a strong stance from the Council announcing deprioritizing policing in response to non-criminal issues named in the motion. I also want to congratulate you all for making a space for the speakers to be heard. We've been hearing a lot of powerful stories, and I want to thank you for that. There are so many stories of disturbing encounters with the police from downtown East Side. There isn't a single day I've been to downtown East Side and I haven't seen the police harassing or arresting some vendor or homeless person. Not a single day. I've rarely ever felt unsafe being in downtown East Side, except for when I see the police. I can assure you, most people who frequent downtown East Side share this feeling, and to me, this is the greatest indicator that it's time to deprioritize and defund policing in response to non-criminal issues and fund people's basic needs and communal growth. I'd like to tell you the story of one encounter with the police where I witnessed outrageous and unnecessary brutality from the VPD towards an Indigenous man. One night, a few years ago, I was sitting at the Regent's pub with some downtown East Side friends. Sitting with us was an Indigenous man who was living on the streets at the time. Everything was peaceful until 4 or 5 VPD officers barged in and started checking people's IDs for no reason. They came over to our table and asked this homeless Indigenous man for ID. They didn't ask anybody else. This man turned to the officer who he apparently met before and said, you know, I don't have an ID. I live on the street. Why are you doing this? I haven't done anything. There is no way that this man could have been mistaken for an underage. He was not committing any crime other than sitting at a pub enjoying a drink. The officer arrested him for failing to show ID, and we all went outside to witness the arrest. I was filming the arrest, and another friend, also an Indigenous man, was standing next to me on the sidewalk. One officer was blocking us in and asked us to step back and not obstruct, and we complied. My friend asked him, why are you doing this, arresting this man who's done nothing wrong? And an officer's response repeatedly was that he was doing his job. And after a few back and forth, my friend said, maybe then you should quit your job. This one simple comment was too much, and in a split second, 3 or 4 officers emerged out of nowhere, rushed and attacked him, pinned him to the ground, pulling his hair, pushing his face down to the ground. This was all caught on video because I was already filming, and I've seen this scene so many times, and that's why I can explain it in detail. I was shocked and horrified, and people were screaming and asking the police to stop and let him go. They didn't. They arrested him, and they charged him for assault of a police officer. This story raises so many questions for me. Let's start with this one. Who does the police work on behalf of? Whom do they protect and from whom? Those who are at the receiving end of police violence already know the answers to these questions. Most poor and racialized people know better than to call the police when needing help. Stories such as those of Ijaz Chaudhry should be a chilling reminder as to why that is. As in the story I told you, the only thing that the police's actions in poor and racialized neighborhoods serve is protecting the peace of mind of those who are brainwashed to fear and hate the Indigenous people and poor people of color. Maybe if I didn't have the experiences that I do, maybe being an occasional witness to police brutality, especially in downtown East Side, I would be like so many others in our society, clueless and coddled in my cluelessness by the media, politicians, society, encouraged to hate and fear, and wonder why these quote-unquote extremists want to defund the police. They must be all criminals who want to commit crimes freely. This ignorance is a privilege that needs to be shattered. To see the police as a bastion of peace and protection is a privilege not extended equally to members of society, and that problem is in the genesis of the RCMP. People need to be educated by their political leaders, not coddled in their irrational fear and hatred of others. I invite you all to look at this motion through a reconciliation lens. People are suffering in downtown East Side, and the heavy police presence isn't helping. Listen to Garth Mullen's podcast, Crackdown, on how the police obstructs with harm reduction. Read Dr. Gabor Mate's excellent books about the connection to intergenerational trauma, colonialism, and addiction. You can be a leader with this motion and invite your constituents to choose compassion over hate and fear. Use this opportunity to educate the residents of Vancouver. By taking police out of poor, racialized, and Indigenous neighborhoods and investing in lifting up downtrodden communities and in their ability to protect and lift themselves up, you will be valuing people's lives. If we say Black lives and Indigenous lives matter, we need to start putting our money where our mouth is. You can send a powerful message about the value of human life by supporting this motion, not just by voting for it today, but also by voting to defund the police and invest in communities come budget discussions in December. Stop criminalizing the downtown East Side and other poor and racialized neighborhoods. Start investing in communities. Thank you for listening.
Yes, and thank you for presenting to us. Very much appreciated. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you. Speaker number 111, Ishma Buihan. Is Ishma Buihan on the line?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bouyan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a student at the University of British Columbia, and an organizer with the UBC Social Justice Center. I am speaking in strong support of this motion from Councillor Swanson, and am calling in from the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. I think it's important to recognize the moment of history that we're in as a city. We're witnessing a global uprising against anti-Blackness and police violence, a reckoning against the unfettered power that systems of law enforcement have in our communities, and a moment in which calls for defunding the police have gained mass public support and are being echoed around the world. This movement has already won bold changes. In Minneapolis, a veto-proof majority of council committed to disbanding the Minneapolis Police Department. And in Seattle, a veto-proof majority of council committed to urgently defunding the Seattle Police Department by 50%. This motion from Councillor Swanson is an important part of our city's response to this movement, which has shifted conceptions of political possibility more rapidly than any other social movement in my living memory. As almost every speaker before me has pointed out, this motion is a small but necessary first step in the process of deprioritizing police and rebuilding our community services. In calling for increased transparency in how our public funds are used by the Vancouver Police Department, calling for input from community groups that are uniquely positioned to re-envision the city's future, and the creation of a timeline and budget to deprioritize policing, this motion outlines important measures to make sure that we are actively ending the disproportionate policing and incarceration of Black and Indigenous people, who have been very clear in pointing out the need for decreased funding for the VPD. The Vancouver Police Department swallows up 21% of our city's $1.6 billion operating budget, which is more than we spend on parks, recreation, arts, culture, community services, and libraries combined. This is a police department that has been involved in the eviction of 2 Indigenous-led tent cities in the past year alone, and one that routinely patrols public spaces and public events, such as car-free days, where they stand at intersections with massive firearms for no apparent reason. It's illogical and injudicious to be funding a department that arms its officers with machines that are designed to kill people, while we can be building housing on city-owned land and funding our libraries, which make up 3% of our operating budget, our parks, which make up 8% of our operating budget, and our community services, which make up 5%. Council, it's time for our city to actually begin listening to the groups listed in this motion, who already operate community-based harm reduction and safety services and have been doing the work of envisioning Vancouver's future for years and decades now. Councillors, violence is intrinsic to policing and can't be fixed through reforms like body cameras and bias training, and can't be coached out of systems of law enforcement. So now is the time to begin the process of funding services that actually benefit people instead of violent ones. And as a final note, as an organization led by non-Black students, the Social Justice Center strives to honor the weight of the murders of Black and Indigenous people caused by white supremacist policing and the labor of organizers fighting for Black and Indigenous liberation. We believe that it's Council's responsibility to take leadership from Black and Indigenous folks, poor people, drug users, and learn from the generations of abolitionist traditions that have brought us to this moment. Council, this motion is a call to re-envision the future of our city and start the process of building a city that listens to victims of violence, one that adequately and generously funds its public services, that makes sure everyone has a roof over their heads, and a city that values human life. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Council.
And thank you. But just stay on the line for a second. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming to speak and doing the research and all that for what you said, which was great. I know you helped support the folks at the modular housing in Marpole, and I wondered if you could just speak for a moment about what it means, what having housing like the housing that you advocated for can mean for around the need for police.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
First of all, yeah, thanks, Jean. So first of all, I personally am not homeless, and so I can only speak to that to a certain extent. But I think that when we're talking about how we spend money that is public, that comes from kind of the public's pockets, it's important that we talk about what people actually need. People need food. People need shelter. People need access to social services. People don't need people patrolling their neighborhoods with machines that are designed to kill people. And I think that it's our city's responsibility to rethink our priorities and where we're spending money. And the number one thing that people need is housing. And we constantly hear from the city council and from the province and different levels of government that we just don't have enough money. Our city's operating budget is $1.6 billion. 21% of that goes to the cops. We definitely do have the money, and it takes council's political courage to make sure that we use that money to fund things that actually help people.
Okay, thank you so much. That's great.
Oh, that's great. That's all your questions. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council. One of the speakers whose names I called and wasn't on the line at the time is now on the line. So I'm going to go back to speaker 90, Chien Tam. Is Chien Tam on the line?
Good afternoon. Sorry, they have disconnected.
Okay. Fine. I'm going to then proceed with speaker 112, Haya Sakakini.
Hi. Present.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. So go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi. My name is Haya Sakakini. I'm a UBC law student, and I want to thank you today for being able to hear us about this important motion. I want to talk about, I'm sure, a lot of intelligent and people with a lot more expertise than I have spoken before me, and I'm sure you've heard a lot today. And I want to focus my little spiel about drug users and homelessness. I know that you all know very well in Vancouver how homelessness, poverty, and opioid use intersect a lot. And I want to talk about how the VPD budget has grown more than $100 million in the last 10 years for a total of about $340 million in 2020. And meanwhile, real tangible solutions to poverty and homelessness have not been addressed. In fact, there has been more harm produced by the criminalization of these people when we have a health crisis that has been managed by criminalization. Also, there was a huge jump in the VPD budget in 2010 because of the Vancouver Olympics, and this budget has not been adjusted later after the circumstances have changed. And I'm sure you know that a lot of people have spoken about how almost a quarter of the budget goes to policing. Meanwhile, and also 38% of tax dollars are spent on policing. Meanwhile, about 5% of the budget goes to things like affordable housing, childcare, and homelessness services. And I think that the disparity is huge, especially when the need is also super high, especially in Vancouver, as you're very well aware, regarding homelessness issues and drug use. And I think that the way to move forward should be based on solid evidence. I'm not sure some of you may be familiar with Professor Benjamin Caron. He used to be the legal advisor of Stephen Harper, and he just released an article in the Globe and Mail about a week ago saying that although he was, I'm very sure you're aware with Stephen Harper's drug laws and drug laws and criminalization laws. And he said that although he used to work for him, today he is calling for the decriminalization of people who use drugs, along with other vital measures to respond to the continuing opioid crisis. And it's a sensible and necessary step that has been recommended by a growing chorus of experts, even this month by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. And, in BC, while 167 people died from COVID between January and March, 554 people died from illicit drug overdoses in the province. And inaction is continuing to cost lives. Criminalizing poverty and drug use is costing lives and money. Our prisons are costly holding facilities for people who use drugs. About 70% of federal inmates have substance use disorders, while our antiquated drug laws predate any modern understanding of substance use disorders. As some of you, I'm sure, know that drug use disorders can come from a combination of trauma, genetics, psychosocial, mental health disorders, intergenerational trauma, early drug use, and other reasons. And studies also show that even moderate childhood trauma causes a person to be 7 to 10 times more likely to have an illicit drug use problem. And research also shows that criminalization doesn't have any deterrent effects. In fact, it increases the risk to people who use drugs, suggesting it also can trigger a violation of the charter. Because as seizures increase, street drugs become less costly and more potent. And likewise, rehabilitation of drug users is not achieved through criminal sanctions. And while you're well aware in Vancouver that the VPD budget is huge, meanwhile, especially in comparison to other community services and homelessness facilities and drug use facilities, this gap needs to be bridged by divesting money from the VPD into community services, and we need compassionate and evidence-based response. This can be achieved by defunding the entity that criminalizes these people and responding more appropriately to their needs in a sustainable way. This includes affordable housing, widespread naloxone availability, more supervised drug use sites, overdose prevention sites, and drug testing services. People need greater access to evidence-based treatments, and abstinence-based programs or detox alone are not recommended because they increase the risk of fatal opioid overdose. Because when one person leaves drug use for a while and they relapse, they have a reduced tolerance, and this leads to death a lot of the times. We also must invest in research and holistic response along with greater support for Indigenous frontline and peer-based organizations as well as Black people in Vancouver who continue to be criminalized today. That's all I'm going to say today, as I'm sure you have many other speakers after me. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions, but that's it.
There are no questions for you, and yes, we do have about just under 300 more speakers. But thank you so much for coming to speak. Very much appreciate it. Council, I'm going to go back to speaker. You're welcome. Council, I'm going to go back to 106, who is now on the line, Jerika Winfield. Jerika Winfield, if you're on the line. Madam Clerk, if you could advise if Jerika Winfield is still on the line, I appreciate that.
Jerika, we're just confirming.
Hi,
Thank
we
you.
are just unmuting her. Unmuting her. Just one moment, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerika, your line is now unmuted. Please proceed.
Okay, hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
It's Jerika Winfield. I honestly am a little bit nervous. This is my first time doing anything for my community. So thank you, Council, for hearing me today. I'm speaking in support of this motion. I am an Indigenous disabled woman in my 30s who lives in East Vancouver, and I have a lot of family with mental health issues, specifically my biological father and my brother. So I have seen firsthand the system fail my family. Do worry about my homeless brother being in trouble or potentially even killed one day. And that's really fucked up messed up. But both of them have been in and out of jail, and there's been no help for them. So I do think it's really important for us to have community-led health organizations, specifically for mental health, for physical health as well, because I know as a person with, I have multiple sclerosis, so also living in pain is pretty detrimental to your mental health as well. And if you don't have anybody I'm lucky I have a bit of education and some smarts to me, but I feel really frustrated for people who can't speak up for themselves or struggle with that. I also think that especially young Indigenous women need a lot more support and care. I know that even for myself, I can't afford like menstrual products a lot of time. So I can't imagine what that's like to be a homeless woman on the street because you just feel like you're worthless. I have heard a lot of people speak and talk about, like there is a cycle. If you just punish people, they're just it's not helping them. So there needs to be some sort of treatment. There needs to be some sort of, I don't know, like a program that helps people believe that, they're not just messed up. Yeah, just that I don't think sweeping up the problem is going to help. Locking people up doesn't help. Having police officers barge into your home with guns doesn't help, which has happened to me, and I am traumatized looking for my brother. Yeah, so I think that's basically everything I wanted to say.
Well, that was great for your first time speaking. Thank you. You were very articulate, so appreciate you coming. But there are no questions for you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council, speaker number 107, I believe is on the line, Sarush Razai.
Hi, just one moment for me to unmute them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarush Razai, your line is unmuted. Please proceed.
Hi, Sarush Razai here. There was a little document stating on how to start this, so I'm going to keep it pretty short. I wanted to start with land acknowledgement first and foremost, that we are here on unceded West Coast territory. My name, again, is Sarush Razai. I have no specific affiliation, and I am for the motion B3, and this is my rationale. So I'm currently studying to be a lawyer, and I also teach martial arts and fitness for work. In modern society, we get told that everything is governed by the rule of law. So if that's the case, then the use of force needs to be final resort. Legally speaking, the mere presence of police in a situation is considered an escalation. It's kind of ironic for me to for someone who teaches physical combat to argue against the use of force, but in my opinion, the best metaphor to use would be to why break down a door when it's not locked, when I just walk in. It's in my experience, being able to end the conflict with minimum required force, minimum amount of force is the sign of a truly advanced and evolved martial artist. And I think that goes to the same goes for society, that a truly evolved society uses the least amount of force and uses the least amount of violence as possible. We need to evolve. The world around us is evolving at a rapid pace right now, especially considering what we're going through right now. And I think this is a great step in the evolution of Vancouver as a city to move forward, to spend more money towards community-led initiatives, which is what Motion B3 is asking for, right? Motion B3 asks that the mayor inform the Vancouver Police Board that substance use, homelessness, mental health, sex work need to be dealt with community-led initiatives. And I think that's what the future of the city is, what the future needs. It's a necessary step in the evolution of our city and our community, and I hope that council can see that as well. Thank you very much for hearing me today, council.
And thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. And there are no questions for you. Thank you. Council, we're going to just take a 5-minute break so the moderator can to reset some equipment and make it a little easier to manage. So 5 minutes. It's 2:20. We'll be back at 2:25. back in business, and I'm going to start with where we had left off. The last speaker in the numerical order was 112. 113, unless let's see, 113, is not on. 114 has withdrawn. 115 and 116 are not on the line. 117 is now withdrawn, and 118 has withdrawn. So speaker 119, Ben Gur.
Sure, yeah, I'm on the line.
Excellent, we can hear you. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hi there, my name is Ben Gare. I'm a resident of Riley Park, Little Mountain, on the occupied territory of the Coast Salish, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. I'm calling in support of this motion and to ask that it be passed unanimously with no amendments. I have lived in Vancouver for 3 years now, and am ashamed at the amount of videos and testimonials of police brutality towards poor and marginalized communities that I've encountered. Just weeks ago, you'll remember the VPD was involved in the forceful displacement of tenants from Nemagen's Nation, a situation where housing services were promised for tenants on site, but none showed up or had even been made aware of. For too long, we've been allowing the police influence of our city council to stop us from cutting this budget, and lived under the false idea that punishing people for trying to survive after we have divested from their services would somehow help them. Though I may not sound like it, I'm cautiously optimistic about the moment to make change. But my mood is spoiled by the fact that it hasn't been easy for council to move, that it took this many bodies for you to listen. I am reminded in the face of this potential progress that this issue is not a new one. For years, Black activists, trans activists, housing activists, abolitionists, and many others have been calling for the redistribution of funds from this ever-swelling police budget to much more needed critical services, to be met with silence. Passing this motion today will finally reward the many who have worked to change the system of punishment over support, but it is not enough. What is needed beyond this, in addition to action to fund critical care for social housing and other services, is careful reflection by each and every one of you as to why we are here and how you will change going forward. Do not waste this moment, for it demands action. We demand action. Think carefully about how your conception of policing serves to impact how you develop policy on housing and mental health, on climate change and taxes, and all intersecting systems that serve to uphold the few by brutalizing the vulnerable. We demand action. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for taking the time to speak to council. You have no questions, but thank you very much. We are now great. We are now to 120, speaker 120, Emily Carbonneau.
Hello?
Yes, hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Emily. Thank you, council. Thank you, all the voices that I've heard before, and all the voices way before me showing up, who are talking about what we're talking about today, over-criminalizing poverty. As just to echo and reiterate what every speaker has been saying, we know that police and over-criminalizing neighborhoods is ineffective because we've not seen any progress in our homelessness, in our opioid epidemic, in our housing crisis. We see it time and time again, the same narrative, the same cycle, and we wonder why, and we haven't actually decided to sit back and think, maybe we need to reallocate this insane budget that's bloating the VPD and reallocate it to services who genuinely know and want to resolve social issues that we know need the time and resources that the police don't have and don't know how to do. We've seen it in the tent city, the Nemagen Nation tent city, the way that they dealt with that, forcefully removed everyone in tents. We've seen it just in the downtown east side, the over-policing and criminalizing everything that's happening there. Anyway, I'm trying not to get emotional about it, but as a resident of the city and as someone who is on the unceded territory of the Squamish, South, and Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam territory, it's part of my duty to push this motion and pass this motion and make another voice heard, because there's just more harm happening. And I know that community-led initiatives would be way more effective than what we're doing now. Anyway, thanks for listening.
And thank you for coming to speak to Council. There are no questions for you. Thank you, though. And that puts us to Speaker 124, Council, who has withdrawn. I believe 122 is...
Chair Carr, Speaker 121 is withdrawn.
Yes, thank you. And there's, great, 122 is, I believe, not on the line. 123 has withdrawn. So we're at 124. Emily Luba?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'll first recognize that I'm calling in from unceded Coast Salish territories belonging to the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I think this is very important to recognize, particularly in the context of this motion and looking at how intensely, to put it mildly, Indigenous communities, Indigenous women, girls, trans-spirit peoples, Indigenous men are criminalized. And I would like to really lift up the work of tent cities. Looking at Crab Park, which was crushed so violently, and I can still, and the work that's being done at Strathcona. And I think as much as we need to be aware that sometimes the answer to a community-led solution can just be giving space, so letting the Indigenous leadership, Indigenous matriarchs, create space for people who are using drugs, people who have been on the streets, people who need shelter, to get support. I worked on the downtown east side for a couple of years, and I'll share one particular anecdote, which I think really proves why community-led initiatives work. I think as much as we are all being critical of policing, I think we should also be critical of social work. And as someone in the field myself, there's a lot of legacies tied to colonialism and the over policing of Indigenous women, including the foster care system. So we need to really be critical of all these systems because they're very related. But I won't go on too long, and I would also like to really thank everyone who has spoken before me. But back to this anecdote. So I worked with this one woman for a couple of years and saw her go through stages of causing harm to herself and causing harm to others, and being really heavily surveilled by the police and agencies and support work agencies. And I've never seen her as happy as I've had, as free, as healthy, as I've seen her while being able to stay at a tent city. And tent cities, they really work. And what the city needs to do is let them work and recognize them as a legitimate form. And honestly, I think one of the most essential forms for people to heal from addiction, from trauma, which is so ingrained in the colonial project of Canada. So yeah, I just want to have everybody, so that's just been on my mind as I heard this motion, as I really think that tent cities need to be recognized as an incredibly important form of community support and a community-led initiative. Yeah, and also last thing, and then I'll let the next person go, because there's so many on this list. Amazing to see tons of speakers, and I'm sure for each of these 399 people, there are 5 others who are backing this motion as well. It's really important. Would be the recommendations from the Red Woman Rising report. Those are really key. There needs to be Indigenous leadership, positions of power with organizations. And the answers really are going to come from those most impacted. So I thank everyone on council for listening for hearing this motion, and I don't really see a reason why it wouldn't vote yes for it. That's all. Thank you so much.
Yes, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to Council. No questions. Thank you. Council, Speaker 121 has withdrawn, which moves us to 122, Alexander Bloom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alexander Bloom, and I am a settler living on stolen land. My pronouns are he, him, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which I live and work is the unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples, including the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I am speaking to you today as a man of Ashkenazi descent who benefits from unearned white privilege, and as a citizen of Vancouver who supports the motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I support this motion because there are professionals more qualified than police officers to respond to the calls about social issues like addiction, substance use, or homelessness, and we shouldn't be sending armed police officers to respond to these calls. People should not be criminalized for any of these things, and we should be seeking out harm reduction strategies that don't involve police. Our current laws and practices surrounding these issues disproportionately target and criminalize Indigenous and Black people, and we need to listen to the communities that these policing strategies are harming. I also strongly support the motion's suggestion to seek input from BLM, WISH, CCAP, BCCLA, Hogan's Alley Society, Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Services Society, Vandu, PACE, DTES Women's Center, Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, Battered Women's Support Services, Pivot, and the John Howard Society, among other groups. I am also thankful PA councillors Kirby, Young, and DeGenova recused themselves from voting on the motion, and I hope that they will recuse themselves from any further motions regarding police in order to avoid conflicts of interest. Indigenous lives matter, Black lives matter. Thank you. I yield my remaining time.
And thank you. Thank you very much. No questions for you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you. Next on the list is Speaker 125, Imtiaz Poppet.
Hi, hello. I want to begin with recognizing that we held this historic hearings again on the unceded, ancestral, never surrendered territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish peoples. And it's important to say that because we talk about policing, which is an instrument of colonization. Yesterday, I spoke against the carding or street checks by the police, and thank you for unanimously supporting that motion. And that's the beginning of this process of defunding the police, rationalizing the budget, because we have talked about over-policing and stopping checks and the kind of police brutality we're talking about is part of that. Now, as with the Coalition of Bigotry, we have recognized that there has been an increase of racism in this city that we have been fighting since we started in 2016. And the police argue that they need more policing to fight racism, but that's not the case. And they have not done so, and they're not helping. And in fact, the police are part of the problem of white supremacist racism. So I think it's important to say that we need the resources and the funds to fight racism in the community by community organizations that can do the work, because the police are failing us. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about rationalizing resources in a way that are more effective. A police officer makes twice as much money as a social worker does. So why are we spending all this money and resources on arguments of needing more police when we actually need less police and more community resources so we feel safe in our own communities? Because we don't, and the police do not make us feel safe. They show up in big numbers and they brutalize us and they kill us. They're killing our people. And that's what's going on. And they're not accountable. We go and ask for accountability, and 1 year later, we don't even know if the police will pay for murder. That's what's going on. We cannot have this go on, and we need this to stop. So let's pass this motion and talk about rationalizing safety for our communities, because the police are not doing their job. And that's not their purpose. The purpose of the police was to property, not people. It never was. So let's go forward, pass this motion, and make this community safe by passing this motion. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much. There aren't any questions for you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council. Council, I just have to check for quorum. The clerk is not sure that there is quorum. So, Madam Clerk, if you want to proceed with checking quorum, go ahead.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line? Chair Kerr, I can see Council that we do have quorum. Please proceed.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And again, a reminder to keep your video feed on, councillors. So 126 has withdrawn. 127 to 130 are not on the line. However, Speaker 131 is. Yes?
Chair Carr, sorry. Number 129 is on the line now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for. That's great. So, Speaker 129, Haley Roser, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you to everybody who has spoken in support of this motion. I would also like to express my support of this motion, specifically working with community-led safety initiatives. One thing that has been on my mind lately in this discussion, as well as the bylaw amendments that were spoken about at the Parks Board meeting the other day, is that these two motions and amendments seem to be working in contradiction to one another. The bylaw amendments that were passed, they specifically hope to protect parks from encampments, permanent encampments or semi-permanent encampments from being established, and there's a plan within that to work directly with the Vancouver Police Department, and that is in direct contradiction to what this motion is proposing. And so I would also like to ask that Council consider working with the Vancouver Parks Board on this and also include them in the community discussions, because I think that this is not just a city or parks issue, and that there should be more collaboration on this front, because right now it doesn't seem like that's the case, and I'm curious as to what that would look like on the grounds. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council. No questions. Thank you. Speaker 128, I believe, is now on the line. Sophie Harrison?
Hello. Yes, is my audio clear?
You are very clear. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Sophie Harrison. I am calling in today from my basement suite that I rent here in Mount Pleasant. I'm a law student at the University of British Columbia. And like a lot of the passionate people speaking today, not only am I a voter here in Vancouver, but I'm also an active participant in the political process, both during and between elections. And it feels really special to get to speak today alongside so many engaged community members. I want to thank you all, as many people have done, for taking the time to hear from all of us about this issue that we are so passionate about. You probably can't tell over the phone, but I'm white. Due to my collection of personal experiences, I've never actually myself had a negative or violent experience with a police officer here in Vancouver. Nevertheless, when I see heavily armed police presence at our community festivals like Car Free Day, when I see groups of police officers wandering the downtown east side where I used to work, it doesn't contribute to my sense of public safety. And that's because public safety is about our collective safety and well-being. It's more than just my sense of safety as a white woman in this city. And what we've heard time and time again, including by many brave speakers before Council today and yesterday, is that our friends and neighbors who are Black, Indigenous, Brown in this city, heavily armed police presence in our communities is not making them feel more safe. As you've heard from a number of the other speakers, and as you know well, the Vancouver Police Department swallows a massive chunk of our city budget every year. And now, if we could build a system from scratch, there is no way we would choose for the person responding to a call of someone experiencing a mental health crisis, someone in mental distress. There's no way we would choose for that person to be a police officer, trained in responding to violent crime with a gun. Of course, we would choose for that person to be a professional trained in mental health. But the consequences of the system that we have right now, where a police officer is the one responding to those calls, those consequences are deadly. That includes, just among some of the recent lives lost in Canada, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, Chantel Moore, Ijaz Chowdhury, all people who ended up dead after police officers came to their homes to respond to someone in distress. Now, I urge all of you on council to continue to take steps to address police violence, to take this step before another life is lost here in Vancouver. Noting that I just have a bit more time, I'll also add, as many other people have pointed out, that we just lived through last month the most deadly months of overdose deaths here in BC. We urgently need more care, not more criminalization of folks who use drugs. This motion is a great step in the right direction, and I urge you to support it today. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. No questions for you. Thank you. So we are Laura, speaker 130 apparently is not on the line, but 131 is. Andre Mihalik.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can clearly. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Andre Mihalik, and I'm a renter and a worker, and I'm currently on unceded Musqueam territories, otherwise known as UBC. I'm speaking here in full support of Councillor Swanson's motion with no amendments. In the past month alone, we've seen an explosion of radical responses south of the border to police violence against Black bodies, something which has continued unchecked for far, far too long. Although many will deny the same sense of urgency here in Canada, insisting that things here aren't so bad, this attitude papers over the near identical role Canadian police play in criminalizing poverty and legitimating settler colonialism. This motion is an important step towards redressing some of these wrongs here in Vancouver, tackling the VPD's overinflated budget so that we can divert resources towards peer-led safety initiatives and, I hope, never again have a person with a gun respond to a wellness check. According to a 2015 paper commissioned by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Research Foundation, up to 80% of the calls police receive do not relate to direct criminal offenses, but instead to, quote, social disorder, mental health, and other issues, end quote. This to me is a staggering statistic, since it indicates that police spend up to 80% of their time dealing with issues that could and should be addressed through other public programs. For decades, we've been stuck in this toxic feedback loop where funding for peer-led health programs and public housing keeps drying up. And meanwhile, the police budget keeps ballooning with the absurd expectation that their services will somehow fill the gap. The end result, as countless folks in the over-policed downtown east side can attest, has caused far more harm than good. And even the VPD admits they spend too much money on policing homelessness. While opposing that 1% budget cut back in May, Chief Adam Palmer cited the decampment of Oppenheimer Park as one of the reasons the department was in fact facing budget pressures. And despite the great cost, once again in June, the VPD enforced a court injunction on behalf of the Port Authority, displacing yet another tent city in Crab Park with no viable housing alternatives in sight. Now that tent city residents have nothing to do but set up camp elsewhere for the second time, perhaps we and the VPD should reflect on whether decampment is an effective use of their time and resources. In fact, there are a myriad of other ways to respond to systemic homelessness in Vancouver other than pushing campers further towards the margins. This is not what public safety looks like. It is past time that we defer these frontline responses to those with lived experience of homelessness, drug use, sex work, poverty, systemic racism, and all oppressions that the police are explicitly not designed to solve. Councillor Swanson's motion, it isn't the final fix, but it's definitely a promising start. All right, thank you.
And thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. So, Council, just moving forward, 132 has withdrawn. Speaker 133, though, was on the line, Eleanor Wearing. Is this Eleanor Waring?
You're now on the line.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, try again. There's a bit of background noise, but go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Just interrupt me if it cuts out too much. My name is Eleanor Waring. I'm a white settler. I reside on the unceded Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam territories in the city colonially known as Vancouver. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to speak in support of Motion B3. A lot of the things I'm going to say have already been expressed by all of the other brilliant speakers, both today and yesterday, but I really think these things bear repeating. First, I want to speak in solidarity with Black Lives Matter Vancouver and their calls on the city to dismantle systems of violence and oppression. As Black Lives Matter Vancouver outlines, these systems include police and prisons, which have so often inflicted violence and oppression on Black and Indigenous people and other communities that are made vulnerable through policy choices and racism. I'm in agreement with the first resolution of Motion B3. The public needs clearer information on how the Vancouver Police Department is using their resources. However, I really also want to state that this resolution will not accomplish anything without action that follows it. This resolution must be considered only the first step towards redirecting money from the VPD budget into community-led safety initiatives. As so many people have pointed out before me, the VPD budget has grown so much by more than $100 million in the last 10 years. It presently accounts for 21% of the Vancouver City budget and around 38% of tax dollars that are spent. When you consider this massive increase alongside the fact that we're currently having a housing crisis and an overdose crisis, both things that need more resources and money to be, supported, it makes it painfully clear that at minimum, the public needs way more detailed specifics about how the VPD budget is currently being spent. And along with this collection of information, I think everyone, but especially those that are in positions of power, must be listening and following the lead of those who are actually experiencing the most harm by police and policing structures. And these are people who have been speaking about this violence for decades. This includes Indigenous people, Black people, other people of color, trans people, queer people, disabled people, unhoused people, sex workers, drug users, and other marginalized groups. Reports by organizations such as the Downtown Eastside Women's Center, Pivot Legal Society, and the Wish Drop-In Center Society offer really important testimonies which show that the approach of policing mental health, homelessness, drug use, and sex work is making situations less safe for individuals and at times costing them their lives. This is unacceptable. Given the funding that the VPD receive, the power that they have to enact violence, and the ineffectiveness that we've seen of policing social issues, it is, I think, very irresponsible for the city not to ask for clear and specific information about how the VPD budget is allocated. Beyond this, I think that the council should recommend that funding from the VPD go into community-led safety initiatives led by organizations such as the ones listed in this motion. But I also want to be clear that calls for community-led safety should not ever mean more funds for community policing within the VPD. I think groups that should receive resources should be outside of the VPD and policing structures. I think they need to have genuine relationships and a history of advocacy for those in our communities that are most negatively impacted by policing. Just to speak a little bit to my own experiences, I have volunteered in the Downtown East Side. I've seen firsthand that some of the organizations listed in this motion have so much knowledge on the topic of community safety because of the time and the care and the resources that they have invested in their communities and the relationships that they have built with the residents of the Downtown East Side. I've seen that these relationships are transformative, they're beneficial, and they're life-saving. They are built on respect, nonviolence, and non-judgment, which is a direct opposition to the punitive and violent interactions that police have often brought into this neighborhood. I think we must follow the lead of these organizations, not only in the Downtown East Side, but all across these unceded lands. And finally, I just want to say that this work needs to be done more urgently as people's lives, health, safety are at risk while we wait to act. And this urgency is made, of course, more apparent by the ongoing and disproportionate impacts that COVID-19 is having on those most impacted by police violence. This motion is just a first step, but I'm really urging you to approve it with no amendments, as movement towards decriminalizing poverty in our city and to follow this motion with further action. Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you so much for speaking to council on this issue. No questions for you, but thank you very much for attending.
Thank you.
Council? Yeah, thank you. And council speakers 134 to 136 have withdrawn, so I'm moving to 137. Anna Dobelli.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Anna. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a recent graduate of the University of British Columbia, and I'm an organizer with the UBC Social Justice Center. I'm calling to express my strong support for Jean Swanson's motion. And I also want to express my gratitude for all the speakers who are sharing their stories, those that spoke yesterday and those still to come, and my gratitude to all those who are organizing around ending police violence. I'm a non-Black racialized settler raised on and by unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. And I think it's vitally important that we ground this discussion in the recognition of whose lands we're on, because policing is tied to settler colonialism. And I think it's vitally important that this conversation is happening in the context of the tragic losses of Black and Indigenous lives at the hands of police. And what we're seeing is a global uprising against police violence and against anti-Blackness. And I hope that this kind of serves a reminder to you as council members of what is at stake when we talk about police violence. And so as so many people have been saying, calling in to support this motion, and as people have been saying for years, policing is a system of violence. It is a system of racial control that is enmeshed with white supremacy and settler colonialism and capitalism. Rather than ensuring safety and well-being, policing endangers people, in particular Indigenous people, Black folks, other racialized folks, trans people, queer people, disabled people, poor people, sex workers, drug users, and other marginalized groups. I've seen this police violence firsthand as I spent time with the residents of Oppenheimer Park and the Crab Park tent cities, and I've seen people criminalize, dehumanize, and forcibly displace these residents and other folks in the downtown east side, many of whom are Indigenous. And police do this with no regard for their well-being. The other thing that so many folks have spoken to is that policing isn't a solution to homelessness. The solution is dignified and affordable housing. And achieving or getting this dignified and affordable housing is, it's so possible. And the lack of affordable housing is a policy failure and is not representative of a lack of funding. Because what we're seeing in Vancouver's budget is the prioritization of racist and violent institutions of the Vancouver Police Department over things like housing and mental health that would actually help people and improve their well-being. As many others have said, the 21% of the city's budget goes to the VPD, and this level of funding has almost doubled since 2008. And this level of spending is completely unconscionable as it directly funds violence against oppressed communities. And it's especially reprehensible in a city faced with compounding housing and opioid crises. So I support this motion because I think that in itemizing police work, this motion is kind of the first step in deprioritizing policing, and it's crucial because minimizing the scope of the Vancouver Police Department is the only way to minimize the violence that they are enacting. And we need to defund, disarm, and dismantle the police. And I support this motion because it provides space for community organizations to provide input, and that is an opportunity for you as counselors to take leadership from Black and Indigenous folks, and those that are most impacted by police violence. I also want to briefly address the members of council that have recently expressed appreciation for the Vancouver Police Department, to say that you're not understanding what we're telling you. When you express appreciation for the Vancouver Police Department, you erase the systemic violence of policing and ignore the thousands of voices demanding change. White supremacy can't be reformed, it has to be dismantled. And so policing can't be reformed, it has to be abolished. So given all that you've heard both yesterday and today around police violence, and in the context of a global movement against anti-Blackness, white supremacy, and police violence, it would be wholly irresponsible of you not to collect information on police spending. The other thing I wanted to quickly speak to is that I've witnessed a lot of increases in acknowledgements of privilege, of white privilege from members of this council. And what we're demanding of is more than just empty recognitions of your privilege. We're demanding that you work to dismantle the systems that create your privilege and that dehumanize, criminalize, and harm oppressed communities. Voting in favor of this motion is the absolute minimum. But we're also watching to make sure that you do more and actively address the root causes of these problems and work to transform these systems of violence. So I hope that listening to all of these speakers is reminding you that you, as both individuals and as council members, have a responsibility to show a basic respect for people's humanity and well-being. And I urge you to listen to the calls of Black Lives Matter and of defund the police that are reverberating across Turtle Island. And I demand that you align your actions with your professed commitments to racial justice. Ultimately, I think this motion is an opportunity for us to reimagine the ways that we care for one another and to reconfigure them so that they aren't reliant on police violence and are instead grounded in community, in transformative justice, and in liberation. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to come and inform us of your opinion. Very much appreciated. There are no questions for you. So that's Council. We're moving on to Speaker 138, David Ward.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thanks. My name is David Ward. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a resident of the city known colonially as Vancouver. I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. In listening to the preceding contributions by our speakers in favour of Councillor Swanson's motion over the past couple of days, I'd like to keep my remarks brief since there have been so many well thought out, impactful and important messages communicated already. And I have little more to add other than my wholehearted support. I feel strongly that this motion is a truly tangible goal and that can begin a well overdue process of dismantling systemic inequality that disproportionately affects BIPOC residents of our city. I won't spread out more statistics as they have been covered in detail already. I'd just like to speak to the humanity of our community for a moment. When I hear representatives from the BPD talk about the numbers of police budgets alone, we fail to account for the dignity of the marginalised civilians that are too often brutalised by the system of policing in this city. When we talk about reallocating resources in terms of how many officers' salaries may potentially be lost, we fail to also acknowledge the everyday, centuries-long trauma our community suffers, a large part of which has been brought on and enforced by the institution these same officers aim to serve. And regardless, this motion is not about saving money for money's sake. It's about redistributing a clearly inflated budget. It's about allocating resources to organisations and trained professionals that are more readily equipped to deal with the issues our city faces, whether it be mental health, homelessness, drug use, the list goes on. Members of our police force have admitted themselves that they are stretched too thinly to address this broad umbrella of issues in a productive and safe manner for all involved. It seems obvious to me that shifting resources towards proactive and preventative measures will severely help in alleviating this issue, while also improving outcomes through consultation with those most affected and able to speak to their needs. I'll leave the rest of my time for people far more eloquent than myself to continue this discussion. I thank the councillors for their time in listening to the concerns of the community that they serve. And I also thank the other speakers before and after myself for their compassion and drive to fight for a safer and more just city for all of its citizens. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
And thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. And there are no questions for you. Councillor, we're moving on to Speaker 139 is not on the line. So 140, Joey Doyle.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Hi there. Yes, my name is Joey Doyle. I'm a lawyer practicing law in the Lower Mainland. I primarily practice criminal law, and that's the perspective that I'll be speaking from today. I also speak as a representative of the Law Union of British Columbia. We're an organization of activists and lawyers who have a movement orientation, and meaning that we try to align ourselves with the work of people on the ground, with community organizations, for the same reason that I speak in favor of this motion, which is that the people who are on the ground doing the work, experiencing and living the effects of law and order and the effects of policing are those who are best placed to respond to it. And in that same vein, the people who are living and dealing with the effects of homelessness and mental health and addictions challenges are the ones who are best placed to respond to it in an effective way. I want to offer my strong support of this motion, and I want to recognize that in hopefully passing this motion, it's not by any means a complete solution to a significant problem, one that's not solely vested in the city of Vancouver, but one which extends to encompass really all of Canadian society. And really what this motion is a question of the response that we as a society want to take to people who are dealing with various forms of challenges, who are dealing with oppressions from various institutions. And the question being, do we want to deal with those people by trying to lock them up, by responding with violent force, or do we want to respond with care and compassion? As I'll attest to from my own experience as a criminal lawyer, I think the only response is care and compassion. And it is a failure both of our moral bearing and ultimately an ineffective and inefficient response to problems of mental health and addiction to try and deal with them with policing and with force. Before I get into that, I do want to recognize that my position as a white settler on unceded Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam Nation, and as a someone who has never personally experienced police violence from the benefit of my privilege, and that privilege has only grown as I've entered into the legal profession, to the extent where police, rather than me being afraid of police are often afraid of me, because they know that I will hopefully be able to keep them accountable to the laws that they're supposed to uphold. The converse is my experience in court and in dealing with people who've been subject to police violence, often multiple times, is that policing as a response to mental health and addiction simply displaces treatment of those issues. Policing as a response to homelessness and the housing crisis simply displaces finding adequate housing. And what happens is that an individual encounters the police, gets arrested, gets charged with a crime, and ends up in the legal system, ends up before the court, and ends up as my client or as someone else's client. And if that person is lucky, their lawyer will be someone who understands and the needs that they have, the need that they need to get mental health treatment, the need that they may need to be placed into a rehabilitative treatment center or receive some sort of safe drug supply. And so what my days look like oftentimes is dealing with numerous people who are facing similar types of problems, who are facing a drug addiction problem or a mental health crisis, encounter police violence, and are now before the courts. And in order to keep them out of jail, the alternative is to find them treatment that will respond to their needs in an individualized and particularized way. And the effect of that is ultimately that people who need social services, people who need community support, things like that are hopefully lucky enough to get it once they've been through the traumatic experience of being arrested, being put in jail, being put in front of the judge, And hopefully by the time they get out, their life is still in a place that they can continue to live it. And if they're lucky, then they get the treatment that they need. They get the exact same types of support that this resolution is calling for. They get community leadership, they get access to housing, and they get access to drug treatment. And that ends up being the job of the lawyers. That ends up being the job of the court. And in doing so, it becomes a very inefficient.
Yeah, actually, I just have to interrupt you. I realize we're well over time, but you do have questions from Councillor Weeb. So I'm just going to advance Councillor. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Weeb, with your questions.
Yes. Thanks for coming to speak today. I guess I have two questions, and we're hearing a lot of really important messaging about how we need to make changes to the justice system to better support the populations that this motion is trying to work with. And so for me, what are the changes that are needed from the justice system that would help support the work done that is currently being done by the police?
Yes, thank you, councillors. So there's a couple things. One is obviously about changing laws. One of the things, for instance, the Premier called upon the federal government to decriminalize, I believe it was possession of all forms of drugs.
Drugs, yep.
This week, and that would have obviously a huge impact upon, the ability of addicts to get treatment, even to respond to overdoses, to do all sorts of different things. That's a huge impact. But the largest thing is keeping people out of the criminal justice system. And once someone's involved in that way, it's very difficult to get them out, and they often end up repeating cycles of entry. And you've heard other speakers talk about recidivism.
Yeah, and so we're hearing a lot about that. So how do we change that system, and how can this council help advocate to ensure that that doesn't happen, where we're not seeing the repetitiveness and we are starting to see better treatment facilities and ways where people aren't coming out of the criminal system and being forced back into precarious situations on the downtown east side and other areas? So for me, how do we start to make those changes so that we're not seeing that repetitiveness and we are starting to look at the long-term well-being of the citizens of Vancouver?
Well, I'd start with passing this motion and encouraging the development of these types of resources, but also recognizing that it's not, it's certainly not the prerogative of the police to be setting up treatment facilities, to be funding housing and things like that. And those are the types of things that can and do fall under the city's jurisdiction, and as well as using your voice as a city to call upon other levels of government, recognizing that it does take coordination to get the types of investments that are necessary, to get the types of changes in the legislation that are necessary, and it sends a powerful message to the province and to the federal government if the city comes out and says, these are the strong things that we believe in. Can you help us do it?
Perfect. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb, for your questions, and thank you, too, for taking the time to speak to Council on this issue. Councillor, we're moving forward with Speaker 141, Kathleen Gross.
Just one moment while I unmute the Speaker 141.
Hello?
Kathleen Gross, you are now unmuted. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Kathleen Gross, and I have been a resident of so-called Vancouver on the stolen lands of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people for almost 10 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to all the speakers who have gone before me. I have learned so much from each of you already. I am here today to voice my support for Councillor Swanson's motion regarding the decriminalization of poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I find the bloated budget of the police force, which has increased exponentially in the last 10 years, unacceptable and unconscionable. Again and again, we are seeing issues arising from poverty and homelessness being met with criminalization and with violence. Instead of creating systems of support, the City of Vancouver is perpetuating the cycle of violence and oppression born from white supremacy and settler colonialism. Increasingly, the police are called to act on issues of poverty and of homelessness and of mental illness, and they are not equipped to deal with it. This results in acts of violence and in death. I have multiple loved ones who struggle with addiction, who have been unhoused, and who have had crises of mental health. During several painful periods of my life, including this past month, I have woken up every day with the ever-present excruciating fear of knowing that this might be the day it happens. This might be the day that someone I love dearly dies, either through the neglect and indifference our society displays towards addiction and mental health, or at the hands of the police when yet another mental wellness check is called on them. People in the midst of crises of mental health should be met by trained workers who are there to help them, understand them, and to guide them to safety, not by officers with guns, not by officers with the power to kill them. My loved ones are lucky. They are alive. They have been afforded a path to recovery and treatment, and I am so grateful for this. But they are also white. And I find it heartbreaking and despicable that the help and empathy that is extended to them because they look a certain way, talk a certain way, and come from a certain background isn't extended to everyone else. I'm heartsick knowing that the identity and the privileges of my loved ones protected them in ways that are not afforded to racialized communities and other minorities. It should not be a privilege to leave an interaction with the police alive. I should not have to live in fear that my loved ones will be murdered during a manic episode connected to their addiction, when what they really need is caring and help. No one should have to live in fear that their death will be at the hands of the police caused by factors they cannot control. We know through the concrete truth of numbers, but also through the power of personal testimonies, that the police in our city disproportionately target Black and Indigenous people. The police in our city do not keep marginalized people safe. We just saw police forcibly evict a homeless encampment with nowhere to go in the midst of multiple crises of public health, COVID and drug overdoses. We have seen police within our province and across the country abuse and murder individuals during wellness checks. It is not a crime to be poor. It is not a crime to be unhoused. It is not a crime to have a mental illness, and it should not be a crime to be an addict. It is our failure as a city, as a province, and as a country that we do not prioritize the safety of the most vulnerable members of our communities. It is a falsehood that the police keep us safe. There have been multiple deaths resulting from police-conducted wellness checks in Canada this year. This is unacceptable. That number should be 0. We need community-led initiatives that work to support people struggling with mental illness, with addiction, and with poverty. If we look to the Yukon to Kwanlun-Dun, we can see examples of this in practice, and it works. In passing Motion B3 and examining the VPD's spending, we will be able to move towards reallocating resources into initiatives that help everyone. Supporting this motion means reimagining what safety in the city looks like. It means actively working towards creating harm reduction services based in community, not in police, not in the violence of the police. As councillors, it's your duty to serve the city with the interests of marginalized peoples at the top of your priority. Other people smarter and more experienced than me have already suggested and will suggest paths you can take to do this. By supporting community-led initiatives and deprioritizing policing for issues connected to poverty, homelessness, sex work, substance abuse, and mental health, you will be instrumental in changing Vancouver for the better. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and your input into council. Very much appreciated. There are no questions for you. Council, that moves us on to Speaker 142, Daniel Snyder.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of Councillor Swanson's motion. I'm currently a lawyer here in Vancouver, but in the past I have been a law enforcement officer in a different jurisdiction. Let me read you just a brief snippet here. Racialization in Canadian society is a recognized fact, both inside and outside the criminal justice system. Wherever broad discretion exists, racialization can influence decisions and produce racial inequality. The criminal justice system operates through a series of highly discretionary decision-making stages. Discretion is exercised in subtle, complex, and interactive ways, which leave considerable scope for racialization to influence practices and decisions, and for bias to be transmitted from one stage to the process to others. That is from the report of the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario criminal justice system from 1995, a generation ago. That commission was established in 1992, so it was a 3-year commission to come up with recommendations that we as a Canadian society have failed to implement adequately in the meantime. There's so much information out there, and we just need to put it into practice. I know personally how much discretion can alter outcomes. We in law enforcement, of course, are explicitly taught not to racially profile, and yet the experiences of people of color tell a different story. The kind of reforms we've seen in the past have been far too little. They amount to essentially PowerPoint presentations regarding the need for increased cultural sensitivity. This is surface level at best. The problems are systematic, and systematic change is required. Addressing Councillor Weeb's earlier question as to what Council can do to help change the justice system, I urge you to listen to the professionals and community organizers on the ground. Even though I am a professional, this isn't my area of expertise. Those who are include the lawyers at Pivot Legal Society, and within the motion, paragraph B directs Council to seek input from these sources. Incorporating their suggestions into city policy would make a great difference. I encourage every council member to go to pivotlegal.org and read through their reports, including the detailed and well-written project inclusion. Although it's 132 pages, if you want to just read, there's also a 7-page recommendation document there. I think that's well worth your time. I have faith in this council that the present motion will pass. I just hope that we can go further. It's discouraging when even a 1% reduction in the police budget is deemed unconscionable, and I fear that the police union has far too much sway over these matters. I hope everyone involved can take the wise submissions of my fellow presenters into consideration, as together our community crafts the more equitable and racially just future we want to see. Thank you.
And thank you very much for taking that time to speak with us. There are no questions, but very much appreciated that you're here. Council, we're moving on. Speaker 143 has withdrawn. Speaker 144, Kate Lay. And after that, I'm going to suggest we do a 10-minute health break. But let's listen to Speaker Kate Lay first.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, you're very clear. Go ahead after 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm speaking on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and I'm speaking in support of the motion. As a Black woman living in Vancouver, I can firmly state that I've never felt safe around the VPD and that their presence brings with it anxiety and fear. I cannot begin to imagine the additional fear and anxiety that the police would present if I was not only Black and a woman, but also if I was dealing with a mental health issue, addiction, or homelessness. Policing directly threatens the lives of community members who are actively targeted and thus most vulnerable. These communities have repeatedly stated that police do not keep them safe. Rather, continuing to fund policing exacerbates social problems like homelessness and the opioid crisis and perpetuates white supremacy and anti-Blackness. Police are not trained or equipped to deal with issues related to poverty, drug use, and mental illness. Instead of helping the people who are in need in these situations, the police often criminalize these people and perpetuate harm, as we have clearly seen in the cases that have happened in Canada in the past few months. The VPD budget has grown to an astronomical $340 million in 2020. This money should be spent supporting community-based harm reduction and safety services. It is my hope that each of you as elected officials will take a meaningful stand against anti-Blackness, white supremacy, and police violence by voting in support of this motion. And finally, I request that Councillors DeGenova and Kirby Young recuse themselves from voting on this motion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillors Kirby-Young and DeGenova have recused themselves, but thank you very much for your speaking to council, and there are no questions for you.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, thank you. So, council, I'm suggesting a 10-minute health break. It's 3:26. Well, let's return at 25 minutes to 4. It's 9 minutes. Great.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling into the teleconferencing line. The meeting will
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Okay, Council, we're going to resume with listening to speakers to this motion. And speakers 145 and 146 are not on the line, so we'll proceed with 147, Jane Shee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I am speaking today as a queer 1.5 generation Chinese settler currently living on the unceded ancestral and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm speaking in support of the B3 motion to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. As I alluded to in my earlier speech, I support the community's long-term goals to end policing and to dismantle the prison and military-industrial complex altogether. 3 quick stories. Sometime in 2015, I witnessed the VPD violently detain a homeless woman on a SkyTrain station platform. Myself and the parties I was with were extremely distraught, watching the indignity with which her body was hauled from one side of the SkyTrain to the other. Seeing her body dragged along the cold tiles of a platform floor as if she was a mattress and not a human being made me burst into tears. The police officer who spoke to me told me that she has an arrest warrant and is, quote, mentally ill. I told the officer that I am also mentally ill. He took down our names as though he was afraid that I would report him for misconduct, as though he wanted to keep my name in the system just for having witnessed and cried. I knew in my gut that if I did not have stable housing, if I was turned away from every resource out there to help me, I too could be the woman on the ground. There is no reason for the city of Vancouver to spend their budget arresting homeless people instead of housing them. Under COVID-19, that is exactly what the VPD chose to do in displacing Namigan's Tent City 2.0 in Crab Park, right after displacing Oppenheimer Tent City. A few weeks ago, I watched the VPD rush to protect a fence from a crowd of supporters who wanted to make sure an Indigenous elder was not arrested out of our sight because the VPD chose to not have their van's door visible and not arrested at all. This Indigenous elder came and de-escalated the situation herself because the VPD were incompetent, telling us to, quote, please calm down. Anyone with basic de-escalation skills would have known to do otherwise. I come from a family who has survived famine, war, extreme political upheaval, a student protest that ended in massacre and mass government blacklisting. Nothing in this history has fully prepared me for the sheer number of people killed in wellness checks on this continent and in this city. Watching videos of Mona Wang being dragged across the floor by the Kelowna RCMP and being accused of being addicted to meth to justify that violence, where she needed medical mental health support, was devastating and incredibly revealing. In the last few months, I have been thinking deeply about the kinds of leniency I receive from police because I am not Black, Indigenous, brown, poor, or disabled in more stigmatized ways. How I have survived all the times when the police were called on me and how I fear what will happen when they arrive anyway. I've been thinking about that time shortly after I called the police on my father, who was beating me and kicking me in the middle of the night just because I was using MSN on the computer. How a few weeks later, my father threatened to call the police on me because he knew that the police was not actually there to keep me safe, but a form of violent authority that he could use to intimidate me. I still wonder what would have happened if I received any kind of follow-up care after that call. If both my parents had received care and support to be accountable to me as their only daughter, or some kind of culturally appropriate support that showed them that violence within the family is not okay. Several years later, my mother told me that my father was beating me because I was, quote, killing myself by staying up late. It is the same logic that justifies deaths in police wellness checks. It is this logic that justifies the police dragging that homeless woman across the platform. Beating someone up, kicking someone, dragging them, detaining them, shooting them in the name of their so-called health is preposterous. More than a decade later, not only has my entire family lost their child after years of denial of this harm, I have lost an entire family I will spend the rest of my life mourning. Too often, people see child abuse and domestic violence victims as abstract statistics to justify increasing the police budget and keeping oppressive institutions intact. I am right here. As Amita Swadin would say, not in my name. Tony Du, Paul Boyd, Lucia Vega Jimenez, Abhi Ghani Mohammed Hersey, and so many others should be alive today. Defund the police that killed them. Defund the police that failed me. This government has inherited a history of criminalizing survival and breaking up communities. You have a responsibility to listen to these stories and act now. Thank you.
And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us on this issue. Very much appreciated. There are no questions for you, but thank you. Council, speakers 148 and 149 have withdrawn, so we're on to speaker 150, Tanya Aganaba.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Aganaba. It's a pleasure to be here and speak to you, Mayor and Council, and my beloved community. I use they, them pronouns, but I do answer to she. I am half Nigerian, half Zimbabwean, and a resident on the sacred and unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. I'm really grateful to be able to speak in support of Motion B4 decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives submitted by Councillor Jean Swanson. I'd also like to thank all of the organizations that were mentioned in this motion because they have been doing tireless frontline work and have been responders and advocates for Black folks, Indigenous people, other POC, the queer community, disability, migrant, and climate justice seekers alike. As you can see, this is an intersectional movement that you're witnessing in action, one that is built on solidarity and justice for all people. It's been incredibly uplifting to see the community, with the help of these organizations and others, come together to mobilize in ways that just a few months ago seemed absolutely impossible. Specifically, I'm thinking about BCCLA and Vandu organizations who have been pushing for the end to street checks and defunding the police since long before George Floyd was killed and the global rebellion was sparked. The shift in public perception and sentiment about what it takes to be a healthy and thriving society continues to be a source of joy for me to witness, especially as a Black person. Marginalized communities rely on dreams and on stories and on our imagination to design a future in which we can find our truest selves realized. And I urge all of you to continue to develop your own sense of imagination, because without it, we will continue on this treacherous road, and the deep inequity we see in our community will do nothing but fester and grow. Look to the community responses that you're seeing around you to fill public service gaps by organizations like Vandu or Insight or the Namagan Nation or Nora Hendricks Place. Look to organizations like the Bay Area Transformative Justice Collective, co-founded by Mia Mingus, or organizations like API Chaya that started Natural Helpers, a program that trains community members to recognize the signs of domestic abuse. There are so many inspirations to draw from. I am also inspired by the pockets of community that are springing up and educating themselves on the reality of our existence on this land at this time. I'm also learning so much about how to reframe my own ideas about safety and how I can give my skills and abilities to initiatives that are providing community care and connection. I'm grateful to see this motion make a stern commitment to seeking input from these groups and others as they, the organizations I mean, continue to do the work of providing community-led initiatives that are filling the glaring gaps in our city's services. They exist to do the work that the public services cannot, and I hope that you will use your expertise and abilities to prioritize access for these folks and others to find funding and supports that they might need to bring more community-led safety and harm reduction initiatives to life with swiftness. The Black and BC Mutual Aid Fund and the Black Mental Health and Therapy Fund are two examples of the community coming forward to do the work that can't be done. This includes in continuing to invest in childcare support, education, comprehensive mental health intervention and social support, local restorative justice services, employment programs, access to recreational facilities, community-directed public investment, that is super important, peer-based programming, culturally led policies, harm reduction, and more. A lot of the inspiration for these ideas can come directly from the communities that are being criminalized, and they already are. Please continue to value the length and breadth of these organizations that I mentioned work, as well as their deep connections to the community at large after this motion is passed. Continue to include and empower them in the process as you really commit to tackling the big work of unpacking the systemic racism and implicit bias within our own municipal government and its related instruments, including the Vancouver School Board, the Vancouver Police Board, the Vancouver Park Board, the Vancouver Police Department, and the Vancouver Police Union. The police department are, by necessity and arrangement, the first responders to all manner of calls regarding the public, but it's clear that they are not always the correct people for the job. It takes about a year to recruit, screen, train, mentor, and deploy a fully trained officer of the Vancouver Police Department. And the majority of what they're asked to do, as we know, should be classified as public health crises and not crime. The VPD should not be asked to engage in work that is mentally and emotionally taxing, physically draining, and requiring of the kind of emotional capacity that is hard to employ even in the best of working conditions, let alone in the face of perceived danger. Homelessness, poverty, chronic health issues like substance use, which is exacerbated by the ongoing poisoning of our city's illicit drug supply, are not matters that respond positively or require policing. These crises are often a direct result of people having inequitable experiences of health-promoting factors related to their living conditions. Now,
actually, sorry, you are out of time. Yes, it's 5 minutes to address council. Very much appreciate that you taking the time to speak to us, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, council, we are moving on to 151 is not here online. 152, Allison Brown.
Yes, thank you. I'm speaking in support of this motion. I'm a resident of Vancouver, Cedar Cottage. I'm white. I'm a parent. I speak only for myself. I have no affiliation. Thank you, Councillor Swanson, and thank you also, Councillor Boyle, who took the time over email to explain to me how the police budget is made. It's of great concern how little influence we have over the budget. I'd be very appreciative towards any councillors who use their influence and access to work to change this. Thank you also to the city staff who are facilitating the large number of speakers and the change in date. I've been impressed by the updates. Finally, thank you to the Black and Indigenous activists and community leaders who've been calling for reforms and indeed abolition, as well as disability rights and mental health advocates. I'm learning from them. As others have said, this is a very modest motion. It should be entirely uncontroversial, so I had some difficulty anticipating what possible objections I could try to speak to. It's careful, it's well thought out, it's responsible. I'm hopeful it'll pass unanimously, particularly given the overwhelming public support that you're hearing as you represent us. To any councillors who are wary of big systemic change, rest assured this motion is not that, unfortunately. I hope we go much further and with urgency, but let's all agree to start here. Some comments on the bigger picture. It's unconscionable that we must fear calling emergency services for help should we, someone we love, or any member of the community experience a mental health crisis. At the very best, regardless of how well-intentioned or careful the police may be, the police will cause fear and trauma to someone in crisis as a result of their uniforms, their weapons, and the implied threat of the use of force that they always carry. And this is a use of force that members of the public can't resist or address at all, except possibly and so imperfectly after the fact, after the harm's been done. So at best, by relying on police to respond to mental health crises, we are causing terror. And at worst, we know what will happen when the police escalate the situation. There's so many tragedies that we are aware of. So at present, there's no real safe option to seek help. This puts us in more danger. I want to underline how scary it is for those of us with mental illnesses or with loved ones with mental illnesses to know that there's no good option. Rightfully, many of us are recognizing our privilege in these discussions. For example, I'm a white person, I don't suffer from mental illness, but we should all be aware that any of us could experience such a crisis and be vulnerable. Beyond the mental health context, though, and I think this is very important as well, it's unconscionable that those marginalized and criminalized as a result of poverty, racism, colonialism, ableism, addiction, are confronted by the police so often. And again, whether those officers are well-intentioned or not, they're constantly carrying with them the threat that is implicit in their uniform, their weapons, and the massive power we grant them to use force. And in fact, their requirement to use force in circumstances that many of us would be rather uncomfortable with, to say the least. That's terror and trauma being inflicted every day in our city in the most mundane interactions that we are never aware of, that don't make the headlines. And it's trauma regardless of how well trained, well-intentioned, or even kind an individual officer may strive to be. Because everyone interacting with the police knows that there's an implied threat of force that is always present. No diversity and inclusion training changes this. So again, when the question is asked, is this hope to defund eventually and redirect resources going to undermine public safety, we can't forget the harm being inflicted every day in mundane ways that we don't even notice, many of us. Council's heard from many speakers who also explained that they can't call the police ever, not only that they don't wish to call them in a mental health crisis. This is because for many people, they realize when you weigh the risk of harm in not calling the police against the risk in calling them, we can't confidently be sure that calling is the least harmful option. So there's no public safety facilitated by that dilemma. Finally, there's been a lot of talk, rightfully so, of nonviolent crime and poverty and mental illness. But going a step further, this isn't my story, so I'm limited in what I can say, but a loved one of mine was recently a victim of...
If you could do it fairly quickly, you are over time. I appreciate, though, that
I apologize.
Just complete the story. Just complete it quickly. Thank you.
Well, simply to say, a loved one was a victim of a violent assault on the street. The police were not able to help. I don't know what motivated that individual, what anger, fear, frustration, mistake was behind their action, but we know the criminal justice system is futile in trying to address social problems, and that much of our violent crime is caused by social problems as well. So there's many models to learn from. It's been often repeated that a budget is a moral document. Let's get the information we need to do better. Thank you for your indulgence and for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to actually speak with us and express your position on this matter. There are no questions at this point. Thank you. Speaker 153, Taylor Bryant.
Hi there. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Excellent. So my name is Taylor Bryant. I am a white settler living here for 12 years on the unceded ancestral territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I want to voice my strong support for this motion without amendment. Like so many others have said already, the VPD police should not be responding to mental health calls. They should not be moving houseless people on the streets or in camps. Their duty is to protect people, serve and protect people, and none of that is protection. The fact that so many people are afraid to call the cops or afraid of interactions with the cops is just so telling. It's extremely telling of the over-policing of Black and Indigenous people, sex workers, drug users, unhoused and precariously housed people, the disabled people, people experiencing mental illness or mental distress, and people experiencing poverty. Like, these are not criminals. These are people that need to be helped. And sending a police officer to deal with them, and like oftentimes it's not even dealing with them. It's just, as another speaker said, just going up to them and charging them and arresting them. It's ridiculous, mostly because of the color of their skin. Anyway, for all those reasons, like, those aren't criminal actions or behaviors. They're societal ills that we should be addressing through all the different community, peer-led, Indigenous-led initiatives outlined in this motion from Councillor Swanson. People should not be imprisoned for these societal ills. it's a waste of taxpayer money, and it's injustice towards those communities. The VPD budget really needs to be redirected to the programs outlined in the Red Women Rising and this motion. Please, I implore you, listen to the people. The people are asking you, or telling you, or begging you, or imploring you to move these funds elsewhere to community, to the real community and the people who need it, genuinely need it. We don't want our police budget going towards anti-racism training that doesn't work. Police reform is not the answer, and a lot of these funds, a lot of police funds go towards that, but we really just need to defund the police. Police abolition, prison abolition in the long term, and community care organizations adequately funded to replace those systems now. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. Very much appreciated. And yeah, thank you for taking the time to be with us. So, Council, we are on to, I think, 158 now, Oral Mate.
Hi, my name is Oral Mate. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Great. So I actually just want to take a moment before I start on my prepared statement. I want to point out the inequity of something that just happened in this very conversation, that we had this self-identified Black person who hit their time and was abruptly cut off, and then the white woman who followed afterwards who was allowed to finish summarizing her story. I'm not suggesting that anyone did this on purpose or with malice, but it is a tiny demonstration that happens every day to Black folk every day, of exactly the kind of thing we're talking about today, and just how deep-rooted the problem really is. So it goes without saying I'm in support of the motion. Like a lot of people who've spoken before me, I want to acknowledge that we're on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. Like most of City Council, I'm a white settler on these lands, and so are our ancestors. And whether I want to or not, I still benefit from the ongoing violence against Black and Indigenous communities. So do all settlers. So what does a land acknowledgement mean to me? What does it mean to you? What does it mean to really acknowledge that we're on unceded territory today? Right? What power are we willing to give up to make the acknowledgement more than hollow words? To really make this the city of reconciliation, like City Council voted to do in 2018, that was just 2 years ago. What would it mean? What does it mean to name ourselves that but refuse to share resources with communities who've been systematically disenfranchised against their will, some literally in their own homes? On the line here, I've heard nothing but support from a hugely diverse slice of Vancouver's communities. We're asking for change. Reconciliation cannot happen if we keep hoarding money and resources for systems, especially but not limited to the police, that Black and Indigenous communities have consistently identified as dangerous to them. Trust Indigenous voices and communities when they tell you what they need. Trust Black voices and communities when they tell you what they need. Decriminalize poverty and support this motion. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. I very much appreciate it. So, Council, I've been informed that Speaker 155 is on the line, Talia Kleinplatt. So, Speaker, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi there, my name is Talia Kleinplatt. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a white settler, and I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking from the traditional, ancestral, unceded, and stolen lands of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I want to thank Speaker number 104 and Speaker 158 just before me for reminding us why it's important that we ground this discussion in a recognition of the land we're on and how that issue is directly linked to what we're speaking about today. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak today. I want to express my gratitude for the speakers that have come before me and the ones that will come after. And while there has been an unprecedented number of speakers that have signed up to speak to this issue, I also want to express my gratitude for the many, many voices of folks with lived experience that we haven't heard from yet and we won't hear from after this.
I have a background in social work, and I have worked in the field of mental health and substance use for almost a decade. I am here today to express my strong support for Councillor Jean Swanson's motion to decriminalize poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. Systemic racism, colonialism, and institutionalized white supremacy has resulted in catastrophic health and safety outcomes for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Instead of addressing the impacts of systemic racism, we are tasking police, an institution that itself rose from the violent surveillance of Black and Indigenous people, with responding to results of our own refusal to redirect resources and funds to the supports BIPOC folks have been telling us for centuries would contribute to their safety and well-being. Having worked in the field of mental health and substance use, I have seen firsthand the impacts of what happens when we send police who are trained with a lens of criminality to address our most pressing social issues. When I support people experiencing a mental health crisis, I have to weigh the risk of requesting a wellness check from police, an approach that since alone has resulted in the death of 4 people in Canada, versus the risks of not calling, but still having insufficient resources to support people in ways that are trauma-informed, client-centered, and that promote healing. I think it's important to remember that even in cases when a wellness check does not result in physical violence, it does not mean that we are not furthering trauma. It doesn't mean that we're not causing harm when we force police interactions with people that have repeatedly told us that these interactions put them at risk, emotionally, psychologically, and physically. In the cases when these interactions do result in physical violence and death, they are used as a call for yet further funding for police. Last year alone, the city spent twice as much on the VPD budget than on community services and housing. The Vancouver Police Department takes up 21% of the city budget, and this is more than parks, recreation, arts, culture, community services, and libraries combined. When your hammer fails to do the job of a screwdriver, the answer is not to buy a more expensive hammer. Given the violence that police enact, it would be irresponsible for you not to collect information on how the Vancouver Police Department operates and seek opportunities for redistributing money to community groups. I know that any call to decrease and reallocate police funding raises anxieties and questions, especially for those of us that benefit from white privilege, that live in communities with little to no police presence, and that ignorantly believe that the over-policing of marginalized, racialized BIPOC communities keeps us safe. The good news is we don't have to imagine the answers. We just need to listen to the folks in our communities who have been writing and researching and imagining for literally hundreds of years how to solve this problem. These answers are informed by lived experience. These answers are grounded in community needs, and they are community-led. All we need to do is listen, answer the call, and act on what we've been told. Therefore, I encourage Council to listen to Black Lives Matter Vancouver, to listen to WISH, to listen to Carnegie Community Action Project and the BC Civil Liberties Association, to seek the input of Hogan Valley Society, Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Services Society, Vandu, PACE, Downtown Eastside Women's Centre, Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, Battered Women's Support Services, Pivot, the John Howard Society, and many other community groups that have been calling for change for decades. We as white people and the City of Vancouver as an institution are late to this conversation, and it is far past time that we center the voices of unhoused folks, BIPOC folks. We need to listen to folks engaged in sex work. We need to listen to folks who use drugs, folks with disabilities. We need to listen to trans, queer, and two-spirit folks. We need to listen to all communities that are disproportionately affected by the violence of over-policing. Their experiences, ideas, and solutions need to be at the center of this work always. These are the voices we need to center. These are the folks we need to listen to and take direction from and follow as we move to prioritize existing and future community-based harm reduction and safety services. The City of Vancouver can take tangible and meaningful steps to ending the criminalization of substance use, homelessness, poverty, and mental health. And unanimously passing this motion is the first step of many you need to take. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Very much appreciated. There are no questions. Council, we're moving on to, let's see, speakers 159 and 160 are not on the call. So 161, Moises Langley and Misilidis. Go ahead.
Hello, I am Moises Misilidis, and I have lived in Vancouver for 6 years. And I am phoning in support of this motion. And I would just like to thank all the other speakers that speak from a place of
sharing that with us. Sorry, it's been a bit of a day. So in my case, I just work as a consultant with large organizations, and I've seen again and again that when the only way for people to do right by themselves is to be promoted out of their particular problem, you end up with less successful initiatives. So in this case, where we would break up funding towards people that may dedicate their lives to solving the particular problems that plague our city, I feel that the funding would have a better return to actually solving problems like homelessness, rather than being promoted into a management position or something to any other effect. And that is all I kind of wanted to say, because I feel like I should yield my time to those with more experience in this. So thank you for listening.
And thank you for taking the time to speak to us. And no questions. Thank you so much. Council, I'm going to go back to speaker 160, who is now on the line, Tristan Foy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you fine. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Tristan Foy, he, him pronouns, and I have been a student resident of Vancouver studying at Langara College for the last 2 years, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself today. I'm speaking in support of Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. Much of what I will say has been spoken to by the many eloquent, passionate, and informed speakers before me, but it all bears repeating, given the great importance of this topic. I would like to start by acknowledging that what is being asked for today and everything I will speak to is only because of the dedicated work and unpaid labor of Indigenous and Black communities over countless years, decades, centuries, and I need to express my gratitude to every single person that has spoken to these issues and advocated for change over the years, to everyone that has spoken to you the past few days, and as well as the people who speak after. What is being asked for is not new. It is a long time coming because of many years of inaction. There's a poverty crisis in Vancouver, a public health emergency, and illicit drug use, addiction, and deaths by overdose. In fact, overdose deaths have consistently been greater in number than the number of COVID-19 deaths since the beginning of this pandemic. The number of houseless people in Vancouver is rising, not declining. Mental health treatment and supports are not nearly as readily accessible or available as they should be. Systemic racism has led to an overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and persons of color in BC's criminal justice system, and these communities continue to be over-policed in Vancouver and across Canada. All of this is compounded by a global pandemic which has revealed beyond a shadow of a doubt that society is collectively failing. The system that is in place is not working for anyone but the wealthiest among us, and while those with much continue to climb higher, those with little or nothing are continually treated as expendable. A major contributor to this failure is the reliance on the police to do work that they should not be doing, period. This system is failing the most oppressed people of the city and continues to criminalize them for offenses that should not be considered criminal. By criminalizing the most oppressed people of our society, we perpetuate and guarantee that this cycle will continue. When the VPD displaces and destroys a homeless encampment and forces them to move on, where exactly are they expected to go? To another encampment that will eventually be displaced and destroyed by the VPD once again, and so the cycle continues. The cycle must end now. Why do we continue overfunding the VPD when that money could go towards housing the houseless? In order to address these aspects of our society, there must be an immediate cease to criminalizing the people that we have collectively failed. We must recognize their humanity and lift them up rather than continue to hold them down so they are guaranteed to fail. The police as an institution do nothing to address any of these solutions to improving the quality of life of people that are suffering. They do the opposite. They perpetuate a cycle of dehumanization and violence which does nothing to prevent future so-called criminality, and in the long term costs the city much more than addressing the actual solutions to poverty. The police cause far greater harm than they alleviate for the public, and divesting from the institution of the police and reallocating funds from their budget and community to community-based public safety and wellness is necessary for society to move forward to a place of compassion, empathy, and beyond the need for the violent institution of the police. As this motion states, there are numerous community-based organizations and possibilities for new organizations such as Bear Clan Patrol, which do far better work at harm reduction than the police ever could, and they are in need of a bigger slice of the city budget, while the VPD have a much larger slice than what they need or deserve. With a boost of funding divested from the police. Sorry?
If you could just wrap it up, you're over time. So if you could just wrap it up, that would be good. Yes, you are.
I'm so sorry.
Yes,
That's
okay.
I'll just conclude by saying I invite you all to rethink the role that the police play in society, and I strongly urge all of you to support Councillor Swanson's motion B3 as it is. And thank you so much for listening and for your time.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your time and for speaking to council on this. There are no questions. Councillors, speakers 162, 163, and 164 are not on the line. 165 is withdrawn. 166 is not on the line, but 167, Aya Uziel, is on the line. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me the time. Mayor Kennedy Stewart, councillors, and citizens and concerned members of our community. I want to thank you. Sorry, this is emotional for me. So many phenomenal speakers I had who were before me, and so I'll just take a minute to breathe. Thank you in advance for listening. I'm speaking in favor of motion B3, formerly B4. As you know, international, national, local protests have been calling out to governments to act now to change the status quo on how we deal with societal issues. Now, during this global movement for equity and compassion, our elected leaders can make a difference and truly be leaders for a more just and kinder society. By defunding policing, redirecting, reallocating funds to resources that are equipped to handle distress and wellness calls, Vancouver leaders, you can make a difference. Vancouver has seen an overwhelming rise in issues related to mental health, homelessness, and drug use, yet leaders seem to be dodging the concerns and expecting police to deal with the resulting problems. A CBC 2018 investigative report showed that more than 460 people had died in encounters with the police across Canada since 2000, and a substantial majority suffered from mental health problems or symptoms of drug abuse. According to the report, 42% of those who died were mentally distressed, while 45% were under the influence of drugs or alcohol. I know that Council is currently considering establishing the Office of the Auditor General for the City of Vancouver. I believe that redirecting police funds would prove to be a smart move. The Auditor General would probably support. It makes economic sense to focus funds on mental health. According to the CBC investigative report, no government agency or police force maintains national statistics on police-involved fatalities, but a comprehensive database assembled by the CBC show revealed that 70% of the people who died struggled with mental health issues or substance abuse or both. According to the report, incidence of fatal encounters is worse in Western Canada. British Columbia has the highest per capita rate of police-involved deaths among all provinces, and the number of people who struggle with mental health and die in these police encounters, the number is steadily climbing. CAMH, or the Canadian Mental Health Association, is a national charity that helps maintain and improve mental health for all Canadians. Mental health, it's a charity. Mental health support should not be charity-based. Mental health is stigmatized. Mental health providers are few and far between, yet it makes economic sense to invest in our mental health system. I recently spoke to James, who was on the street hitting rock bottom when he turned to CAMH. He's now been, in his words, free for 10 years, but more importantly in his eyes is that he's an active member of society. He's a better father and a better husband. He's been actively working in public outreach program where 100% of the funds goes to CAMH. But what James wanted me to share is that he's now a productive citizen and, bottom line, a taxpayer. So by investing in mental health, our society is better for it. If leaders want to add and to improve our economy, leaders need to invest in mental health. I'm asking you, our leaders, to consider redirecting funds towards community-led harm reduction and safety initiatives, directing funds to resources such as mental health outreach workers to diffuse interactions with distressed citizens, directing funds to increase mental health service hours and ER units where crisis or psychiatric nurses, when there's usually only one on call, are working 12-hour shifts, but only available until 10 or 11 p.m. at night when we know that distress calls occur well past those hours. Directing funds to alternative solutions, Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon, where medics and mental health counselors respond to crisis-related mental health.
If you could wrap it up, you're a little over time, so if you could wrap it up, that would be great.
Okay. There's also the PAM example, which is an ambulance, a psychiatric emergency response team in Sweden. Basically, I just urge our leaders to start thinking outside the police box and start redirecting funds for more holistic solutions. And as Councillor Jean Swanson suggested, all the points that I wanted to lay out, but my time has run out, all the points in motion B3-4.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time and addressing us. Thank you. No questions. Moving on. Yeah, thank you. And moving on to 168, Jeff Ellis.
Hello?
Yes, hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. My name is Jeff Ellis. I'm from Grandview Woodlands. I'm speaking in favor of motion B3. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Vancouver. I'm also an educator and community organizer. Fair disclosure, I work for Cloudscape Comics, which has benefited directly from the city of Vancouver's arts and culture funding. Another disclosure is that my bicycle has been stolen and returned to me twice. In both incidents, no person or institution prevented the theft from happening. And in both incidents, the perpetrator was desperate for fast cash because of the ongoing drug crisis happening in East Vancouver, which is not being addressed effectively. Though Garage 529 and the VPD were involved in getting my bike returned, I've had conversations with many of my friends in marginalized communities who were shocked that I would willingly call the VPD. For my friends, the idea of contacting the police was out of the realm of possibility for them. Attracting the attention of the police would only yield negative results in their mind. Reading the news about what happened to Maxwell Johnson and his granddaughter when they were trying to open a bank account at BMO, as well as numerous other stories in the media, have made it clear that the police are not a net benefit for all citizens. This makes me angry because I don't want to exist in a place of special privilege. I don't want the return of my property to be a fringe benefit of white supremacy and colonialism. I want all members of my community to be safe and cared for equally. In the past, I had a studio in the downtown east side. During that time, I saw many punitive actions taken by the VPD against the poor and mentally ill residents of that community. I did not see equally as much outreach or care provided to those people. If someone was acting out, it was easier to just handcuff them and remove them. No efforts are being made to address the causes or provide long-term solutions. Currently, the city's operational budget for policing is well beyond what it needs to be, and I think this money could be better invested in housing programs, social workers, mental health care, drug treatment programs, which would address the causes rather than merely the symptoms of poverty and inequality in our city. And that's why I urge you to support Jean Swanson's motion and end the criminalization of poverty. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Great. And thank you for taking the time and letting us know your opinion on this. And there are no questions for you. We're going to go. Thank you. We're going to go back, Council, to Speaker 156, who is now on the line, Rory Macklin.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks. I would just like to start by acknowledging my privilege as a white settler on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Coast Salish Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'd like to share my concerns around the damage police institutions can cause. I am a voting age resident in the Cambie Village area of what is called Vancouver now. The RCMP and VPD and other policing forces have began as a service to suppress Indigenous people in favor of white settlers, and unfortunately that spirit remains fundamental to the institution. As history has progressed, white settlers have continued to benefit from racial profiling by police and law enforcement, which targets immigrants, minority groups, Indigenous people, LGBTQ plus people, and other marginalized communities. Instances of racial profiling and brutality have occurred here in Vancouver, where Indigenous people and Black people are much more likely to be stopped in practices such as street checks, which luckily were just unanimously voted to be banned. These biases are inherent in our policing system. We need to rework the system entirely to remove biases that are systematic in our laws and enacted by the VPD. Part of that is defunding the current institutions that continue this system. The budget for the VPD has increased by $100 million over the last 10 years. Much of these resources could be redirected to much more successful responses to quote-unquote crime, such as addressing the housing crisis, lowering inequality, introducing harm reduction programs to address the opioid crisis, and addressing racist laws. This will also reduce the excessive capacity of the VPD to cause harm and enforce racist institutions. I would like to give the rest of my time to read from the Pivot Legal Society's recommendation document, Part 2, Section 3, titled No Access, No Support, Service Gaps and Barriers. These are recommendations from the Pivot Legal Society. This is Recommendation 13. The Province of British Columbia must amend the Human Rights Code, RSBC 1996, C210, to prohibit discrimination and harassment based on social condition. The Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions and the Ministry of Health must improve the ability of BC hospitals to meet the needs of people living with the effects of substance abuse, mental illness, and or homelessness by auditing experiences in hospitals, beginning with an analysis of people's experiences where they have been turned away from emergency rooms or discharged and where there have been negative health consequences. B, working with people with lived experience to audit provincial standards for effectively managing substance withdrawal in hospital settings. C, ensuring that all hospitals offer supervised consumption services to patients. And D, working with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to create transitional housing options to ensure that sick and injured people are not released from the hospital to the streets or to emergency shelters. I know some of these recommendations may not directly apply to the City Council of Vancouver, but these are other areas, along with those listed in the motion, that the Council can support and advocate for from other institutions within the BC government. I'll continue. Number 15, the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction must make immediate changes to BC's income assistance and disability assistance programs, including increasing income assistance rates to market-based measure and indexing them to inflation. B, reviewing the processes that are currently in place for reporting quote-unquote welfare fraud to provide a greater accountability and ensure that people receiving income assistance are not denied survival income without due process. C, increasing access to in-person services for income assistance and disability applicants. And D, ensuring that people living with disabilities can access disability supports by 1, simplifying the application process to reduce wait times and lessen reliance on advocates. 2, providing provincial guidelines for doctors and service providers on how and when to fill out disability forms. And 3, ensuring that hospital social workers are resourced and directed to work with patients in need to apply for disability benefits. This is just some of the few recommendations listed in the Pivot Legal Society's recommendation document as part of their inclusion project. I'll give the rest of my time to other speakers. I would just like to say thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you to the other speakers who are not speaking from my position of privilege on this issue. I just urge council members to support this motion unanimously and unchanged. Thank you for your time.
That was perfectly timed. You ended exactly at 5 minutes. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Very much appreciated.
Okay.
No,
Yes,
there are no
thank you very
questions. Thank you. Yeah, Council, we're moving down to 169 and 170 who are not on the line, but Speaker 171 is Mitch Stuckey.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you.
It's a little bit,
hello, my name is
weak. Yeah.
I'll talk as loud as I can. Hello,
Yeah,
my name
thank
is
you.
Mitchell Stuckey. I use he, him pronouns, and I am a settler living uninvited on the stolen and unceded territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people. I have resided nearly a decade in so-called Mount Pleasant, and I wholeheartedly support the motion to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. I'm not speaking in any kind of capacity or expertise other than as a person from this community who can see clearly how much the idea of policing has failed our neighborhoods, has not kept us safer, and instead continued to marginalize, criminalize, and punish our fellow community members. In my generally uneventful day-to-day life, I've personally witnessed the police sucker punch a person who is standing still and perform a violent arrest against a cement sidewalk. I've spoken with people from my neighborhood who've been slammed to the ground by police and had their teeth broken out and their arm busted as well. I've seen my friend choked by an officer after the officer began provoking a crowd, and I've seen the racist duality of the brutal and violent way cops will treat BIPOC and the gentleness afforded to white people. We all saw the footage of a VPD officer violently pushing a woman with cerebral palsy to the ground, completely unprovoked, and we waited 4 years for the officer to get a 6-day suspension. An utter disgrace. I don't want to live in a community that criminalizes poverty. I don't want people who don't have a job or a house to be punished for that. I don't want our city to spend over $300 million on a police force that protects the private property of the wealthy and corporations, but will not offer any protections to the people without those things. I don't want police to issue tickets to a person who doesn't have housing. I don't want police to forcibly move people who live in a tent. I don't want our city to spend a single dollar making spaces unwelcoming, such as modifying a bench so it can't be slept on, or fencing off under a bridge to discourage someone from finding a dry place to sleep. Instead, I want to take all of that money, the bloated VPD budget, the budget for prisons, for designing spaces to be exclusive, and use it to alleviate the issues causing poverty, instead of punitively reacting to those symptoms. If someone doesn't have a job, a place to sleep, safety, security, I want us as a city and a community to help them get those things or whatever support they need, and not spend our money and energy keeping people down. Why have we designed our society this way? It's so hard to live in the city anyway. It takes the smallest amount of empathy or imagination to understand that if you did not have a place to live or you did not have money, how nearly impossible it would be to climb out of on your own. So why would we ever in that situation give a person a ticket or arrest them or take away the few possessions they have? What is wrong with us when we do stuff like that? The uprisings in the U.S. in response to racism and police brutality have put a spotlight on the role of police in our societies, and we need to use that awareness to look closely at our own communities and ask how we want them to be shaped. While the tensions down in the U.S. might seem larger than those in Canada, we would be ignorant to not recognize we have the exact same issues and injustices here. There is violent systemic racism here in Canada and currently unended legacy of colonization. I grew up in Saskatoon, where police would take Indigenous people outside of the city and abandon them in winter cold, which was precisely the way they murdered Neil Stonechild in 1995. Vancouver police murdered Fong Nadu a few years ago. There was a horrific serial killer preying on women in the city for years, who the police not only knew by name, but had the testimony of someone who escaped his farm, and he was not apprehended for years to come. Those were all people from our communities. They deserve protection and safety, and the police absolutely did not provide it for them. I hope that the nearly 400 people who signed up to speak on this motion are a testament to how much desire there is for positive change in our city. I want this council to be bold, to reimagine the expensive institutions that really only serve the rich and powerful, and direct our money and energy into helping those in need. We do not need police to build safe communities, and for many of our communities, it is literally the police that endanger them. If we actually want to address the issues of poverty, crime, homelessness, and addiction in our city, then we need to take the money out of policing and put it toward undoing the roots of the problems. This motion is a positive first step in that direction, but I would strongly encourage the city to go as far as it possibly can toward defunding a police response to mental health, sex work, addiction, and homelessness, and instead put that money toward community-led harm reduction and safety initiatives. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. It's very important to take the time, thank you, to speak to us. Council, we are looking now at 172, 173, 174, 175 are not on the line. 176 has withdrawn, so we're on to 177, Renee Peedy. Yeah. Excuse me. Is this Renee Peedy? Yes. Hi. We're hearing you shuffle things around, but you are now speaking to City Council.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Yes. So thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Peedy. I'm a resident of Vancouver and currently a graduate student studying counseling psychology at UBC. I have worked in the mental health field for 7 years, most recently and actively as a crisis counselor for Kids Helpline for the past 3 years, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself today. I would like to acknowledge that I am a white settler residing on the unceded, ancestral, and occupied traditional lands of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations of the Coast Salish peoples. I am speaking today to voice my strong support for Councillor Jean Swanson's Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. It is not a secret that studies and statistics have demonstrated that across many cities, including Vancouver, the majority of police work is not related to crime, and police instead respond to issues related to poverty, drug use, and mental illness. These are simply tasks that the police are not trained or equipped for. Police response criminalizes vulnerable people and puts them in situations where they are handcuffed, scared, taken away from their homes, and not provided with the immediate support that they need in that moment. This is traumatizing and leaves individuals with a lack of trust in police for the next time that they need help for actual police-related matters. This criminalization of people perpetuates harm, especially against Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. They are put in positions where, because the individuals called to help them do not know how to manage the situation, they end up feeling worse than they did before and skeptical if police, their communities, or anyone are able to help them. As a crisis counselor, it breaks my heart every time I have to call police to do a wellness check on a person who is at risk of harm or experiencing suicidal thoughts. I know that that individual is having one of the worst days of their lives, and the potential of having somebody go into their home armed with little to no training as to mental health concerns or the options available to help them in their time of need has the potential for much more harm than good. Instead, they are often treated as criminals with very little empathy, discriminated against, left feeling judged, ridiculed, stigmatized, and isolated. I have no other choice in this situation but to call police because we do not have the resources to call other resources as an alternative, and this is both discouraging and infuriating. By passing Motion B3 and examining the police department's spending, we can take the first step in an evidence-based approach to defunding the over-policing of poor and racialized communities in Vancouver. We can instead redistribute this funding to community-led services specialized in helping people experiencing mental illness, poverty, and addiction, rather than making those long-standing issues much more worse. In supporting Motion B3 and deprioritizing the police, we give ourselves opportunities to minimize the harm police perpetuate, reimagine how we can address harm, and create space to build systems grounded in community safety. As a council member, you have both the obligation to improve the lives of everyone in this city, not just the most privileged, and the ability to enact meaningful change. I urge you to support Motion B3 and to show that you are committed to making your city a more just and welcoming place for racialized communities. I want to thank you very much for your time and thank the other speakers today, yesterday, and in the days ahead, especially those who don't get to speak from my position of privilege. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to speak to us. Very much appreciated. There are no questions.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to Speaker 178, Moray Matsusaka.
Chair Carr, actually, Speaker 174 just joined after we called their number. So if you don't mind going back to 174, Maxine Winther, she is now on the line.
That's not a problem. Yes, go ahead. Speaker 174,
Hi,
go ahead.
You can hear me?
Can hear you clearly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh,
Yep.
great. Thank you very much. Hi, council and staff. My name is Maxim. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a white settler, acknowledge the Coast Salish lands, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, on whose lands we are occupying and whose peoples are disproportionately affected by the motion today. I'm speaking today in support of motion B3, a motion towards decriminalizing poverty, as it is a humane and right thing to do. I also want to note that the process is fairly nerve-wracking, a little bit inconvenient with work, and for some of us, a little bit traumatic. And I think it's safe to assume that many of the callers unable to make it so far or who have withdrawn are in favor of this motion. I've lived in Vancouver for over 20 years. In that time, the police budget has gone up and up and up. So too has homelessness. I find this quite upsetting, and it is a failure. My main personal experiences with the police are in policing and arresting protesters and minorities and marginalized peoples, and I've been personally traumatized by the VPD on multiple occasions via violence and even imprisonment for participation in nonviolence until the police arrived, actions in support of housing, decriminalization, and protection of Indigenous land. I'm curious for those who have never had a negative experience with the police, if they ask themselves why. Is it the result of some unique virtue or simply the result of the privilege many of us, including myself, have been born and brought up with? If I or someone I know was in danger, I would not feel safe calling the police for help. I feel like the police are potentially the worst people to assist in mental health, addictions, and other crises, things in which we desperately need more support. They are often exacerbate issues and can cause traumatic experiences. When you're homeless, you need to hide from the police. When you're unwell, the last person you want there is someone with a gun. It's definitely time that we provide funding to groups that are actually addressing the issues that the people in the city face. Historically, police are only really, quote-unquote, needed when inequality is so bad that they are the only way, the last resort to maintain a so-called peace through violence, imprisonment, and terror. It's also important to acknowledge that switching from police officers to social workers would do nothing to address fundamental inequalities in our society. And oftentimes, social workers, whilst doing much good work, can also be a means of oppression. And we must be aware of how our colonial institutions disproportionately affect Indigenous people and people of color. Police today and in their very creation are essentially private security for wealthy, mostly white property owners and corporations, and you can't police inequality away. And the giant police budgets we see today are a sign of our failure as a society to address these fundamental inequalities. We need peer support, we need housing, we need safe drug supply, we need low barrier shelters, and many more things. The way the VPD responded to a proposed 1% budget cut makes it clear that we can't count on them to be accountable and financially responsible, and it's critical that this council act now to rein in this spending and to help the people of the city. Their solution will always be more money, more finite resources, and I would argue thus far more money has in some cases only exacerbated these issues. I don't think I'm going to get through all of this. The current increasing in the VPD budget, I believe, was exacerbated by the 2020 Olympic Games. I would argue that that money was used almost exclusively to intimidate, harass, and violate the charter rights of people protesting the Games. We need to course correct from funding militarization and criminalization towards addressing root issues. The important work already been done, but critically underfunded and underprioritized by the groups listed in Motion B3. I also want to make the note that the people of BC are being very responsible in terms of protesting and gatherings, but there is a large sentiment towards defunding, and just because there aren't large protests now, I don't think we or council should take that for granted. As shown in Truth and Reconciliation Committee, modern historic police forces do not act in the way of protecting Black and Indigenous lives. They have failed our communities, particularly in the tragedy of the missing and murdered women. I implore council to, instead of focusing on redevelopments, to approve Motion B3, direct police board to respond to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance use with community-led initiatives. Thank you, Jean, for bringing forward the motion, and everyone has spoken, and I'll see you in the streets if it's necessary, and thank you for listening.
Yes, and thank you for taking the time to speak to council. Very much appreciated. No questions. So, Council, I'm going to go back to Speaker 178, the name that I called, Morei Matsusaka. Yes, Morei Matsusaka on the line.
Chair Carr, the speaker has been disconnected.
Okay. I'm just going to have to call the next names. I don't have anybody else indicated to me. So 179 is next. 179, Nancy Trigueros.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, well, maybe you could let me know which next speaker is on the line. That would be probably faster.
Sure, the next speaker is 193.
Okay, so that would mean 178, 179, 180, 81, and 82 are not on the line. So speaker 183, Kathy Shimizu. Go ahead.
Chair Carr, it's speaker 193.
Oh, 193. Holy crow. All right. Just for your edification, Council, up to 184, then not available, not on the line. 185 has withdrawn. 186 to 191, not available. 192 withdrawn. So 193, Carly Fukarati, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Yep, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank Council for giving me the opportunity to speak and be heard today. I am in full support of this motion. My name is Carly Pokarati, pronoun she, her. I'm a settler and have lived in so-called Vancouver for the past 8 years. I came here for school and I stayed for the housing crisis, to live below the mountains and the poverty line. In all seriousness, I am afforded an immense amount of privilege and am grateful to make a home on unceded Coast Salish territory, which is why it's my duty to demand that Council takes action to make this city a safe home for all who live here, especially those that have lived on this land for thousands of years, especially today, Squamish Amalgamation Day, when in 1923, 16 Squamish-speaking villages amalgamated to form one nation in order to safeguard their languages, practices, and ceremonies from colonization and genocide. They were forced to share and preserve their culture in secret for fear of arrest or worse. 100 years later, I invite this Council to connect the dots and recognize the VPD as a tool of continual colonial oppression in our city. Mayor Kennedy Stewart, I voted for you. In your platform, you said, quote, local government impacts us every day. It's about the people and places we care about, and voters deserve a government that works for everyone. This motion is a way for you to put that into practice, to care for the people and voters that Council and the VPD have historically not cared for, the people they have ignored, the people they have, in fact, disproportionately criminalized. Policing accounts for 21% of the city's budget, more than parks, recreation, libraries, and the fire department combined. By comparison, funds allocated to the arts, culture, and community services amount to a measly 5% of the budget. One way to contextualize these percentages is to imagine the whole city sharing a 12-slice Uncle Fatty's pizza. This gives the VPD 1/5 of the pie and leaves affordable housing, childcare, homelessness services, and more to divvy up half a slice between them all. Barely room for a pepperoni if you eat meat. Now, I'm no mathematician, which is why I'm using pizza, but I do think it's clear that allocating only the scraps of our budget to integral services like these that keep our community safe actually exacerbates social problems like homelessness and the opioid crisis, which in turn, in our current system, prioritizes the need for increased policing. However, reallocating this money would contribute to solving rather than criminalizing poverty and homelessness and would lead to increased long-term community safety. This is called for by Black Lives Matter Vancouver. They've asked that the city redirect financial resources from the VPD towards initiatives that include childcare support, education, comprehensive mental health intervention and social support, local restorative justice services, employment programs, access to recreational facilities, community-directed public investment, peer-based programming, culturally led policies, and more. It is imperative that we listen to this call to action, and this motion is a first step towards doing so. I'm a white settler who has none of the answers and all of the questions, and I'm asking this overwhelmingly white-passing council to consider the fact that they should be brimming with questions too. But we're in luck. We don't have to volley these questions back and forth between us or shout them despairingly into a vacuous void. There are people with answers. Consult with BLM Vancouver, Wish,
CCAP, BCCLA, Hogan's Alley Society, Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Services Society, VANDU, PACE, the Downtown Eastside Women's Centre, Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, Battered Women's Support Services, Pivot, and the John Howard Society, and act on the recommendations to this council from Red Women Rising. These humans have been doing the work in their communities for years, for decades, in the case of Indigenous folks, for time immemorial, and have answers that we in this room do not. We cannot possibly know what we don't know, but we can ask. We can gather data. We can face this moment in our collective history head on and lead with courage and compassion to enact meaningful change. Sometimes I'm not great at math, but that's okay, because a friend of mine is an accountant, so I can ask him whatever I want. But I don't, because I'm ashamed of my personal finances and messy spreadsheets. Lucky for everyone, I'm not in charge of a city. But you are. You have the responsibility to ask questions when you don't have the answers. You have the responsibility to interrogate your spreadsheets and ask yourselves how the pie graph got so unevenly distributed. Why are so many people in our community sharing the tiniest slice of pie? And how does that contribute to not just inequity, but literal loss of life? You have the responsibility to listen to the community when they continue to call for your support, like you're doing today. I'm not a mathematician, okay, and I didn't consult one before speaking with you, and it shows. And many of us here today, by my estimation, are not sex workers, persons experiencing homelessness, people living in poverty, or folks experiencing addiction. And if we don't consult with the humans who are living these experiences, who have the answers we can't possibly have, it will show. This motion is a first step. Decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. Thank you for hearing me. Please be brave, ask questions, and keep listening. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us, and there aren't any questions to you. Thank you. Council, we're going to go back to Speaker 178, who I understand is now again on the line. Maria Matsusaka?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
absolutely, very clearly.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yep.
That is interesting. I was on the line for 2 hours and still on the line when you called my name. Anyways, my name is Moriaki Santos Matsusaka, and I'm a first-generation immigrant who's fortunate enough to actually settle here on the unceded stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Semiahmoo First Nations. My pronouns are she, her, and they, and I identify as queer. I'm speaking in favor of Council Swanson's motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives wholeheartedly without modification. I've been fortunate enough to work in all levels of government throughout my career, from federal, provincial, municipal, including the City of Vancouver, and nonprofit partner programs providing community support. I still truly believe that we can do better. The pandemic has shown that we are capable of substantive changes and creativity, that shifting billions of dollars of support can be mobilized in mere months to support those impacted by global shutdowns, demonstrate that how we define our budget is a matter of political will based on what our government representatives value and the outcomes that we are collectively committed to achieving. So I find it ironic that the VPD is refusing a cursory 1% cut to save jobs, program cuts, and other city deficits, including and they're citing that the peaceful protest against police brutality and anti-racism is their reason. How ironic is that? How does this all demonstrate that we are truly all in this together? Amidst the global pandemic, city budgets are in free fall. Massive movements advocating for greater police accountability and restraint around the world are happening. The VPD's move to reject any cuts to their budget seems short-sighted and falls on deaf ears, especially given the massive cuts that other parts of the city are facing. It's tone-deaf and short-sighted. As Councillor Christine Boyle has indicated previously, the opportunity for cost savings across the city infrastructure due to the lack of public events, festivals, concerts, nightclubs, etc. Those are all opportunities where the VPD can really think creatively about cost savings, and they have refused, and that is seen as selfish, short-sighted, and problematic. So I really applaud Jean Swanson in pushing forward a courageous, necessary, and required movement. So we need to listen to the calls of the nonprofit groups, the mental health organizations, community groups who are working on the ground. We've already heard that there are decades of research on the social determinants of health and how over-incarceration in policing is not an effective way to decrease crime or to address our opioid and addictions crisis. I also speak as a previous volunteer at the Vancouver Crisis Center, which a similar previous speaker had mentioned to, who has, and I have first-hand experience supporting people who are going through mental health distress. I've heard on the line how terrified people are of having support, quote unquote, sent to them to check on their safety because they know that the police will be coming with them. I have heard the fear of humiliation and shame of having marked police cars come to their house, outing them as being in distress at the most vulnerable moments of their life. I've been on the line to hear when the presence of police has escalated suicidality in the people that I'm trying to offer support to. And I have felt helpless to offer other options such as ongoing mental health services, community supports, addiction support, and safe places that foster connection, the connection that people need because they are few in number, overloaded with service volumes, and are just simply not accessible to those without funds. We both know statistically and by example of how police presence and mental health incidents escalate the possibility of violence and death. So how much heartbreak can we endure before we change the system? So Ijaz Chowdhury, the person that was recently killed in Peel because their family called the non-emergency line for mental health support, they did not expect the police to be showing up. When they came on the scene, the family begged them to help them de-escalate and speak to that person in their own language to help him understand what was happening. The police refused. They killed him because they said he was a danger to himself. How does that make any sense at all? We need mental health professionals on the front line, especially for those who are facing BIPOC communities, people who are immigrants, who speak second languages, etc. The police are just not set up to offer that level of support, and they need solutions, not violence. We need justice, substantive change, and to pass on the legacy, a better legacy for Chantal Moore, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and the countless others who could have been saved, not killed. I call on you as my political representatives to support this Councillor Swanson's brave and essential motion. Enough is enough. So please, I implore you to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time, yeah, very, very much appreciated. Council, we have everybody up to 196 is either not available or has withdrawn, so we have time for one final speaker, 196, and I'm suggesting we speak and then recess, and our recess would be until 9:30 a.m. Monday, and 9:30 a.m. Monday that day we are on until 10 p.m. that night. So let's see if 197 is available to speak. Nomi Chi.
Hello.
Yes, hello. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Hello. My name is Nomi, and I also go by Mo. I use they and he pronouns, and I'm an uninvited settler on stolen Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories, specifically so-called East Vancouver, and I'm strongly in support of Motion B3 initiatives. We are in the middle of a housing crisis, an overdose epidemic, and an obscene and growing class disparity within an ongoing global COVID-19 epidemic. That almost 1/5 of the city's financial resources supports a militarized police institution is grossly unconscionable. That the VPD rejected a 1% budget cut is something unfathomably worrying. Inter-community structures and groups can and have accomplished the tasks assigned to policing and do so in a way that prioritizes mental and physical safety, cultural healing, and human life. The conversations around how to accomplish this are not new. These are old discussions rooted in marginalized communities that, for their safety, have had to rely on support outside of policing. Speakers with far more knowledge and experience than me have brought up specific suggestions within the lines of that. I was involved in a few actions around Namigan's Tent City and Crown Park and the Hogan's Alley blockades. These were heavily attended by marginalized people. When VPD officers arrived, they did so and interacted with people without wearing air masks or other personal protective equipment. That they have hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal and no priority for items that grant us basic protection from a deadly virus that disproportionately affects houseless and racialized people is incredibly telling. That they arrived to protect what is now an empty parking lot is also very telling. We are steeped in myths of our culture that tell us that policing is necessary to keep us safe and that violent outcomes are outliers. This is not true. Policing on Turtle Island is historically intertwined with the violent subjugation of Black and Indigenous people. This extends to its current context in which marginalized people continue to bear the brunt of police violence. So I implore City Council and anyone listening to listen deeply and spaciously to speakers in the past 2 days, especially to the salvo of first-hand traumatizing and harmful encounters people have had with the VPD. Keep in mind, too, that for every caller today and days previous and days to come, there are likely multiple similar, deeply traumatizing first-hand stories held by people who do not have access to the means to speak to counsel. These are not exceptions to an otherwise functional system. This is the system. I hope the collective cry for action here sinks in, and it is exhausting that this is what it has come to. We are begging for alternatives, profound change and action, not just words, symbolic gestures, or lip service. Within that, we need to prioritize people most affected by policing by giving land back and resources to Indigenous healing to prioritize repertory work with the Black community in Vancouver. This year alone, there have been more than 5 recorded deaths in so-called Canada from wellness checks performed by the police. We need to do better, and we needed to do it yesterday, to dismantle and abolish the police and carceral systems now. Land back now. Black Lives Matter now. Thank you, Council, for listening, and thank you to all speakers preceding me and speakers to come.
And thank you for taking the time to speak to us. It is very much appreciated. There are no questions to you. Thank you. So, Council, that does bring us to the
Councillor
end of
Carr?
our day.
Chair Carr?
Yes.
We
Yes,
have one
Madam.
speaker left on the line, 195. I'm wondering if council would entertain hearing from the speaker, and then we would need a motion to
Yes.
recess.
Yes, we need a motion, Council, to
Councillor Boyle.
extend beyond 5 for the speaker, and then to recess until 9:30 a.m. on Monday. That was so moved by somebody, I think, Councillor Boyle, the councillor. Yes. Okay. So all those in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Great. All right. So we are going to go back to the speaker, and Madam City Clerk, that speaker number was which one?
195.
Did you say 195? Telly Cruz, if you're on the line, go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, we hear you clearly. Go ahead.
I feel very special. Thank you. Hi, my name's Telly. I'm representing myself. I support the motion. My comments are as follows. We cannot afford to lose more money on police expenditures. The 2020 budget, as we all know now, is 21%, approximately $340 million. By comparison, the city has dedicated only 5% of its budget to arts, culture, and community services, a section that includes affordable housing, childcare, and so-called houseless services. We are experiencing a dual global crises of police violence and the COVID-19 pandemic, all of which disproportionately harm Black, Indigenous, racialized, and impoverished communities, among others. I would like to draw your attention to a cross-section of these overlapping communities. Camp Kennedy Trudeau, also known as the most recent tent city pop-up at Strathcona Park. The tent city in any iteration is a necessary space for residents that the city and province have neglected. These residents were previously located west of Crab Park in an empty Port of Vancouver parking lot. On June 16th, the residents were forced to leave by the VPD violently, suddenly. Police said there was housing available, and residents were given a piece of paper with phone numbers to call, phone numbers that had no housing available. And 46 arrests were made. Again, no housing provided, 46 arrests, and still displaced people. Is this what my money is used for? I would much rather the money used that day have been given directly to a tent city community organizer such as Chrissy Brett. I've met Chrissy Brett and sat in her tent when the encampment was at Oppenheimer. I immediately felt the warmth of a home in her space. Doesn't everyone deserve that? More so, doesn't everyone deserve stable and safe housing, especially when we are still in the midst of a global pandemic and supposed to be sheltering in place, especially when the Vancouver Police Department can snatch up your tent at a moment's notice. I ask the city to consider the amount of good that can be done with a budget as large as $340 million. Community organizers have been doing the work of caring for our communities on non-existent budgets. It makes sense to fund community organizations and projects instead of the police, who are historically ill-equipped for handling the related calls that are being made. It makes sense to house people instead of continuing the cycle of displacement. How many more times will we all be called here to have these same conversations? The evidence to act is here now. Organizers like Chrissy Brett have been doing the work that the city and the province have failed to do. They deserve compensation and they deserve action. That is monetary compensation. They deserve to rest, knowing that they are supported and funded by the city and that their communities will be safe. You have failed us by funneling such egregious amounts of funds to the racist institution that is the VPD. However, you have a chance at redemption. I think Councillor Swanson has outlined a great start in this motion. I expect swift action from the mayor and council, staff, and the VPD in following through with this motion. I expect that this is a step in the direction of defunding and abolishing the Vancouver Police Department. I will not hesitate to vote out any council member from their seat at the next opportunity if they fail to act. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and you have no questions. Thank you. Okay, Council, that's it. We are now recessed until Monday morning, and our schedules have us till 10 o'clock on Monday, 10 o'clock p.m. that is. So thank you all.